Sorry, you should get to. I'm leaving.
Yeah, I didn't come to decide yet. You don't want to eat before you leave? Ah, okay.
They told them that they sent them back to living over there. There's a shuttle.
So attention everyone, we have the results from the paper ballot, but we are now going to do the tallying of the electronic uh, voting, which is going to be done right in front of you, and the results will be added to what we have from the paper ballots and totaled, and the result announced shortly, very shortly. Thank you. So elections committee, please go ahead and release the tally for the e-vote. Thank you. Okay, our volunteers, the results are in front of you. Can you please add them to what you have for the paper ballot and do the final total? Thank you.
So we are ready to announce the results. But before doing that, I would like to use this opportunity in the name of the NOMCOM members to thank the board of AFRINIC for the trust they put on us and for their cooperation. And as chair, I would like to really thank my colleagues, Aminata, Janvier, and Mustafa for the collaboration in NOMCOM. So the results are as follows. We had 101 votes, including the e-votes. The paper ballots were 71. And for seat 5, Southern Africa, we have Lucky Masilela. Lucky Masilela with 39 votes. And for seat 6, Eastern Africa, we have Avibu Tahijie with 53 votes. So with that, I thank you very much, and I hand over to the chair or to CEO. Chair.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to the candidates that have been elected as board members, but very much more. Congratulations to those who stood for elections. The joy is in offering to serve. It might not be that you are not good, it's just that the community has preference at this point in time. Once again, congratulations to everybody.
So I'm sorry. I would also like to thank the AFRINIC team, for the support, especially Ernest and to the IT team. Thank you.
A round of applause for the staff. I can confirm to the community that they worked very hard under intense pressure to set up the e-voting system, the proxy system for the resolutions, and everything so that we can have a very nice AGM. Another round of applause for them. We're going to break for lunch, but before then, Alan will make an announcement. We'll break for lunch. After lunch, we will resume with the business of the AGMM. But Alan has an announcement before lunch.
My announcement is about these things, so I'll allow Andrew to make it. No? Why not?
Yellow. So all the prize winners, the 8 prize winners from last night, are you all in the room? Because we have your prizes for you. And I believe that Badru possibly has the list of names because he was meant to be keeping track. So I'm hoping he does, and if we can get those 8 people up here, we have a little something for you. Okay, this is a bit of an odd situation. I've never offered free stuff and no one's come to claim it.
There's a question. Are the people who won the quiz more open to admitting that they actually won something than those who were attempting to sing? I'm just wondering. Okay, if there are still 4 that are unclaimed, I would suggest that we find another way to hand them out, because I really don't feel like dragging these all the way back. And so, has anyone got any suggestions how we can pick 4 worthy winners?
Yeah, I have a suggestion. Can we have some good dances on the floor? Looks like there's no music.
Oh, I like it. Come on up.
Looks like there's no music. We're seriously doing official stuff. I do not know if anyone can make music. Nobody seems to come up, Andrew. Can I just take a gift for myself and walk away?
Now, you see, unfortunately, you're liquid staff, and that would be biased, so you're disqualified anyway.
Oh, I remember that now. Thank you.
Any other suggestions as to how I can find 4 worthy winners? There are some really nice goodies.
People, seriously. Don't just sit there. Sean!
Suggestion.
Good afternoon. Non-liquid staff seconding the motion for music and dance.
Suggestion. Depending on the number you have left, give it to all those that were elected in this session.
It won't go around.
I've got 4, so I'm quite happy if there's
2 seats
if
for the
there is
board and 2 seats for the co-chair. So I'm part of it.
I would need a second on that motion. Right now I have a second for song and dance.
By reason of partisanship, Sean, we should disqualify the motion.
Okay, any other suggestions? Else we're going with song and dance with or without music, and the first 4 people I see up here dancing are going to get some really nifty goodies. We'll see how fast you can all run. I have to say at this point, both Alan and this man here are getting 2 of them. My friend, Alan, for God's sake, you win. Do the 2 lady staff members who were disqualified from competing last night on the basis of them being staff, who did make it to the floor to dance, qualify? I think that they've earned these.
Okay, thanks everybody. Lunch is on right now. We will reconvene at 2 p.m.
Please, can members come in and take their seats? We're running late again. It's 10 after 2. No, you will take them. I would like to call the meeting to order. The bylaw says quorum is 10. I can see 10 members seated, so we have quorum. I'd like to continue with the business and go back to the agenda and give the floor to Andrew Alston to present resolutions 4, 5, and 6.
Good afternoon. I hope everybody had a really, really good lunch. I have decided to defer all resolutions that are still pending to the SGM in November on the grounds that I do not feel that it is appropriate that I put these before the floor right now. And once I am completely exonerated, I will bring them back to the floor in November.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for what you said, and thank you for the spirit behind that. On that note, members, we are done with... Yes, sure.
Yeah, this is Sean Jideji from Nigeria. So thank you very much, Andrew, but I just want to know whether defer is the word to use or withdraw. Thank you. According to the bylaw.
Well, he can defer them, and if he wants to withdraw them, he can represent them. Council, you please address members.
Yes, but there's no express provision in the bylaws for this kind of situation. But since this AGM on its agenda was the consideration of those resolutions, and since they are not going to be presented in this AGM, My feeling is that it should be withdrawn and represented at the next, it will be an SGM, I'm told, with proper notice and other things.
Andrew, please withdraw them.
In that case, I will defer to Council's wisdom and I will withdraw, and once I am completely exonerated 2 weeks from now, I will put them back onto the agenda for the SGM in November.
Thank you very much. It is now time for open mic by the agenda. It is now time for open mic, and Dr. Queno, you have the floor.
Okay, but I wanted to comment on those resolutions.
You can comment on anything, sir. This is open mic.
Well, I just wanted to be sure, because these days, I still like to remind us that for things as fundamental as these special resolutions are seeking, we are much better off using a much better engaging outreach mechanism than to resubmit them as a resolution. So in that regard, I really appeal to the author, and I thank him for withdrawing, but I appeal to him not to bring it back, but for you to establish a community-oriented process to really genuinely review them, and we try to get stronger in our community processes for such reviews so that the outcomes are favorable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Alston.
Prof. Queno, thank you very much for your words. It is something I will consider. That being said, first of all, I believe that an AGMM is a community process, and the votes on the floor and the votes by ballot are the voice of this community, and I think that is as valid an approach. Secondly, I think that if I look at the 3 resolutions that were dealt with earlier in the meeting, pass or fail, that wasn't, I don't think that's what's important. I think that the numbers behind those votes, because we displayed how much they were won or lost by, I think give clear direction to the community and potentially the board, though I do not speak for the board as I stand at this mic, as to where this community is leaning. And I think that alone makes those resolutions worth having on the floor, because it gives guidance, and it gives a better and more concrete and more defined guidance than anything I have seen in this community in a long time. And as such, while I will consider what you are saying, I am not committing to not bringing those resolutions back to the floor at this point. But I take cognizance of what you have said, and I will consider it after I have had further discussion with a wider audience, including on the members list. Thank you.
Boubacar.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
To say that I support what Professor Queno said, and I think so for 2 days now at least there have been some proposals, to that direction, to really try to request from the board to set up a committee, because I think that from the discussion we had these last days, there are other issues that should be addressed actually. And I think that committee can, take into account, what has been said here on the floor. Also the special resolutions from Andrew, consider all of this, set up, do recommendations, for amendments, to the bylaws. And if Andrew is still not happy with that, he will be then free, to table, the resolutions as he says. Thank you.
Thank you, Boubacar. APB.
Good afternoon. I think I will speak in English, yes. Any member has the right to bring a special resolution. I think that is clear. But I think that such resolutions have a much greater chance of passing if they are discussed informally on a members list or something before they are brought. For example, if a resolution is brought and the membership thinks that there should be some small change the number 3 to a number 6 or whatever, then we do not have the ability to do that on the floor. Whereas if it was discussed in advance on the members list before being formally proposed, then the author of the proposal could read the community's input on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew?
Two things. Firstly, I would like to ask AFRINIC to ensure that by the time the SGM comes around, electronic voting on special resolutions is also viable and in place, if that is possible. Secondly, at the moment, while I realize that the current bylaws were done by committee and then put into place, there is currently no article in the bylaws that allow for either the board or a committee to propose special resolutions to amend the constitution of this organization. That disappeared when we put in these new bylaws. And therefore, I would ask either my friend and colleague Boubacar Barry or my friend and colleague Dr. Quaino to please, if that is what they feel is the will of the community, to propose a special resolution to amend the bylaws to allow for such a committee. And I would welcome such a resolution, and I, for one, would support such a resolution. Thank you.
Council?
If I may, members, yesterday I talked about this. I said there are two ways of getting changes to the bylaws. One is a member-driven thing under the bylaws, and the other is when the board feels that in response to whatever the board has heard from the community, in response to whatever information is given by the community on mailing lists, that there needs to be changes to the bylaw, then the board, on its own volition, it can come up with proposal for amendments. And this was done and voted in 2012. It became effective into 2013. So this can be done. But if suggestions are that this should be a formal sort of bylaw provision, then it's up to the members to decide whether we change the bylaws to include another modus of bringing changes to the bylaw by the board or by the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to congratulate the board for the courage with respect to everything that happened the last few days. And I would like to invite the board and especially invite the law person to to try to solve all the little problems and well, because usually the small problems that bring the major problems, and we get to what we have seen lately. It's a pity that Continental Association will have a behavior like this. Thank you.
Okay, no?
Thank you. Anyway, my issue is really consensus, and that this voting business, whether it's for the Mauritius requirements or not, I just don't think that's the way we should do it. So I leave that subject. And as for me, I'll be very pleased if Andrew puts that resolution, then that shows that we have come to consensus. Okay. But this is the comment I wanted to really make. Um, Evidently, we want to improve things, and it's clear that there are issues, operational as well as policy and resource management challenges. We agree. The board has to empower the CEO and staff and give them independence enough to do their part. The separation of board and staff is important, and the board looking at longer term issues is necessary, while staff focus on operations is the way forward. One wishes to remind the community that voting should be avoided as much as possible. While AFRINIC work in public interest, we call on you to just do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Queno. Those comments will be taken by the board. We'll process them and we'll work on them. Thank you. Yes, Andrew.
I just have a question for council about this issue we've been discussing, because I'm failing to understand this, and I think I do want to understand this very well before we get to the next SGA. My understanding is that in the previous bylaws, they could be modified in the way they were. But in the current bylaws, there is no provision in the bylaws that allows for the board to institute a change in the current bylaws. And if there is, I would ask what that clause is and where it is, because I have looked through those bylaws. I looked very, very closely, and I simply could not find it. So it may have existed in the previous bylaws, which are no longer in existence. But once we brought in the new bylaws, if the clause doesn't exist and it is not in the bylaws, I ask you to explain to me how this can be done. Because if it can be done, great. But I don't think that the board should actually be changing the bylaws anyway without a special resolution. But again, I ask you because the board does not, under the current bylaws, have any power to propose a special resolution to this community. It's not in the bylaws.
Okay, Council, then I think on this matter the chair has an opinion.
Now, my first point is that the process has already been used in 2012 without the community having any objection against the process used, and the new amendments have already been included in the bylaws. As Dr. Ni was saying, I think our final tribunal for deciding anything is the community. And though the consensus aspect of coming to terms, I don't want to use the term voting, is not found in our bylaws, but everyone here would recognize that we as an intended community were run by this consensus idea of anything trying to get through consensus. It was done after the community was given the draft. It went to 2 rounds of community on the mailing list, community implication. Then the matter was brought to the AGM and it went through. Now, true it is that in our bylaws there is no power given to the board which is written. But the question I ask, do you think a private shareholding company with shares, the board which is there, cannot propose change in the rules for the betterment of the company without there is something written in the Companies Act for that? The board is there for that, to take to, if you look at section 129, if I'm not mistaken, the director will have to act in the best interest of the company. If the best interest of the company warrants that the rules are changed, the board is perfectly entitled to do so. Members have got to go through a special resolution, not the board. The board is the representative of the AGM between 2 AGMs. So if it feels it is something which must be done in the best interest of the company, the board is perfectly entitled on the basis that it represents it represents the AGM between 2 AGM, and it is duty bound to do so.
Thank you. As I said, the chair has an opinion in this case, and I would refer Andrew to section 15.3 of the bylaw, without prejudice to the generality of Articles 15.1 and 15.2 above, the directors shall be entitled to, number 10, to appoint such committees for such reasons and with such terms of reference as they may consider necessary or desirable. If the board feels that there should be a bylaw review committee, the bylaw already empowers the board to appoint such a committee so that it can discuss with the community, put it together, and present to the community for ratification. I think on that note, the board is empowered to do that, and the bylaw allows it. Sorry, Ben, then Professor Okweno.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I certainly agree with what was just discussed, and I agree, and I'm concerned, and I'm very much concerned, and let me tell you why I'm concerned. You know, for those of you who are in tune with the news, you know that Accra has been hit by floods, and I'll get to the point very, very soon. So I called my 3-year-old son, and he asked me, "Daddy, what are you doing here?" And he said, and I couldn't get to my point of explaining to him that I was at an AFRINIC meeting at the organization which is supposed to protect the IP resources that he would need in the future, in the coming future, for his various institutions and various educations that are going on. And when I see that, and the community has entrusted the board to ensure that this is exactly done. Now we have members of the board who have said in open public that the IPs should be sold to make a quick buck. We have members who have tried to institute the policies and then so that openly supported policies which seem to favor the corporate agenda of making a profit outside the region. And that was clearly stated and expressed. So there again, I lose confidence in these board members that have been entrusted to ensure that the resources of Africa are within the context so that my 3-year-old son can get up one day, 20 years from now, and have the resources he needs in this information age. So please, I'm very worried and very dispassionate about this, and I hope that the board will not turn a blind eye to this fact and take immediate actions to make sure that everybody who serves on the board would be in the interest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Quino. Mr. Chairman, I think I'd like to support the statement you made. You do have all the powers to form any working group, any committee to address any issue of this community. So I just wanted to support you on that in a very firm way.
Thank you, sir. What about the secret working group? Can we form it?
They don't exist. Beyond that, I wanted to give some caution. It seems like we are becoming lawyers. We are becoming lawyers. So perhaps, you know, I should come here with my bylaws and checking it and so on and so forth. You see? Let's just be a little bit more relaxed about it and focus on the real issues. After all, the company belongs to us. If we decide to change it, we can just change it. All these meticulous details, section 71145, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters is the issues worrying us and the way you are trying to resolve them. And so I very much appreciate the approach the chairman has taken, and I thank him very much for it.
Clap for the chairman. Omo.
I have my bylaws in my hand. I couldn't clap. But this is what I've also noticed. I've also noticed that, you know, it seems to be all about the law, you know, and it's reached a point where I think we need to sort of step back and look at this critically. Sorry. So is that any better? Yes. Okay. So and I'm thinking about what's transpired these last couple of days, you know, and wondering if we really needed to go through all of that. What I had mentioned something And that's because, of course, about my background. Again, my name is Omar Oaya Wakren. We're a non-profit organization just like AFRINIC. But what I don't see, what I see as a major difference is the presence of the corporate AFRINIC and the restrictions that it seems to bring to the organization as a community. And what I would like to propose is that we separate this, so that we're not, as a community, not so bound by the company and Mauritian law. Like Dr. Queno said, if the board is able to sort of at least start this, what we should be looking at, what I think we should be looking at, is an association of members that's separate from the company. Because right now, I actually, as much as I understand that legal has to advise the board. From what's happened in this meeting and some other meetings, it seems as if without legal, we as a community we can't move forward. I don't mean the advisor himself. I mean without the laws, without legal counsel, without legal counsel advising, without people quoting sections of this law. Maybe it's time we rethought how we're constituted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're still on open mic. Anybody is free to make any statement before we close. Andrew Alston.
I'd just like to respond to some of the things that Omo said, but first, thank you very much for the clarification about the committees. As I said, it was a question that I wanted clarification on, and my thanks for that, Chair, and to the legal counsel. Omo, while I agree with you in one sense, I point out that there is already a division in this community between the corporate side and the community side in the fact that we have an AGMM, and then, which happens once a year, we also have 2 PDP meetings in a year. And the company is bound, just as bound, by proposals coming out of the PDP as they are out of the AGMM. And that is what the PDP process is there for. I do, and I raised this in a previous PDP, I do have slight concerns that with the current PDP process, because we only meet twice a year, and it means that proposals effectively through that process can take multiple years. If you look at the soft landing policy, Alan can perhaps clarify just how long that was on the floor for, but I think it was a good 4 years. And I would like to see a situation where on the PDP, a proposal could be proposed on the mailing list, debated on the mailing list, consensus formed on the mailing list, and the thing ratified without constantly having to wait 6 months for another PDP meeting. I think that would strengthen the voice of the community in that, and I really believe that it would be in the interests of the community to find a way to speed up that PDP. But I do think that that does create that division that you are looking for, and it is already in place.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel that if we remembered what a member mentioned yesterday, that there is a process which was requested to set up a governance review committee. Was it a committee? If that could address all the issues we are dealing now, if that was implemented, that would address many of the issues we are talking about now. So I think let's probably expedite that decision.
Thank you. Omo?
Well, I'd just like to say I agree with what Mr. Kasana said. And I was, now I have to quote the bylaws. And I'm referring to what Austin just said. Yes, I forgot his name now. And it's about the PDP, about the board being able to call a public policy meeting at least once a year. So that's 11.2. But it goes on to say in 11.4, it says, notwithstanding the provisions of Article 11.2, The board may adopt such policies regarding the management of resources where it considers the same is necessary and urgent, having regard to the proper and responsible usage of these resources. You know, I think that ultimately, the power to sort of what we do with that. And I take the point that Ben made that, the board, a board member suggested that, a slash could be sold. There might be an economic argument, but we still have to remember what this organization represents. So that sort of power, I'm very uncomfortable that is with the board, and that the board can resort to doing what it likes with those resources. Just so that you know that I don't think that the PDP is sufficient.
Thank you, Omo. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sheon Ojedeji from Nigeria. I just like to respond to Andrew that yes, we may, when we get the proposal on the floor, or on the floor being the mailing list, if there is need to expedite it, the current process of the PDP allows the co-chair to vary the existing process if there is need for that. So until we find ourselves in that situation, I think we should still maintain the current process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other person at the microphone. See nobody. I'd like to say that all the issues are noted. We've taken records, would sit, would process them. Those things that require quick attention would be paid to them, and the board will act as soon as feasible to ensure that all these things are addressed and that we're able to deliver on most of the issues, if not all the issues, that have been raised by members at today's meeting. I'll just like to notify the board, the members of not an issue, just a point of information. You would remember earlier on that 2 members of this board stepped down. Technically, the terms expire at the end of June. The new members elected today will assume their seat on the 1st of July. This means that the alternates who are being phased out at this AGMM would occupy the seat of the primaries till the 30th of June, which is the last day in the month. So the 2 alternates for the 2 seats where the board members stepped down today at the AGMM would occupy the seats till the end of the month per the provisions of the bylaw and the alternate system that we are phasing out at the end of this annual general meeting. Indeed, it is very, very convenient for us as a board, because if we did not have that situation of the 2 alternates still existing by the bylaw, the board will have had to use its powers to fill casual vacancies arising as a result of those 2 step downs. Having said that, I'd like to, I'm sorry.
Sorry, sir. I don't
Yes.
know. I'm not sure why you are raising this. Which part of the bylaws mentions alternates? I don't think alternates exist in our current bylaws unless I have to get the book and check every page.
I am resisting opening the bylaws by your advice.
So based on that, I'm saying you figure out your column issues and go on. It's only a few weeks anyway. So if you start doing that, then, it brings up more issues.
I was careful enough to say it's an information to the community. It's important because a lot of things has happened in this AGMM. I don't want us to get to implementation and people are asking the question, why is that person still on the board? Why is that person not on the board? I think there are some things we should just give those little information to the community, and I believe the community will process them.
Correct.
But from your statement, sir, I'm very, very delighted that the confidence of the community is returning to the board. Thank you very much. A round of applause for your board. All right. Having said that, I'd like to, on behalf of the board and all the members, appreciate all our friends from the various RIRs who have tolerated us, given us great support, great words of encouragement, great understanding, great belief in the fact that we as Africans, we can do our things and do them correctly. Thank you all. I'd like to thank all members for your belief in your organization, and together we can take AFRINIC to greater heights. I'd like to seek a motion to close the annual general members meeting and for us to adjourn until the special general meeting in November. Motion to adjourn.
Mark Elkins, I'll second you.
Seconder, I am torn between recognizing Itham, but I would want to hear a woman second the motion. Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Don't be in too much of a hurry to leave. The formal annual general members meeting is now closed, but we do have a few more things to talk about. Vimala, do you want to introduce that, or shall I? No. We have some items which were already scheduled for Friday morning, which have been pushed back to this afternoon. We have updates from the other RIRs, from the NRO, and from IANA. So we will proceed with that.
Before proceeding with all the updates, I'll call Telecom Italia and Liquid Telecom to have a very short and sweet presentation. And then we'll kick off with all the updates. Thank you. So Alberto Mercantini from Telecom Italia Sparkle and Andrew Alstom from Liquid Telecom.
Okay, perfect, thanks. I'm Alberto Mercatali and I work for Telecom Italia Sparkle. I'm here together with my friend from the Kicks, Arnold Nipper, to introduce in 10 minutes a new internet exchange point that we have built in Sicily. And this is mostly dedicated to African networks. So that I leave the word to Arnold to introduce the DKIX part, and then I close with some additional note about Sicily Hub.
Okay. Hello from my side as well. So I do not want to eat much in your time. So you had a lengthy discussion. You had a good general meeting. I guess everyone understands that we are now rushing a little bit because also the other areas are also waiting. So just a few words about who is DKIX. DKIX is running some internet exchanges. You most likely know the one in Frankfurt, but besides that, we're also doing internet exchanges in Hamburg, Munich, Dubai, New York, and now start as well in Palermo and Marseille. The reason is why we do an internet exchange in Sicily. Someone might say Sicily there's almost nothing. The most interesting thing why we think an internet exchange over there makes sense is because if you look at this map, a lot of sea cables have landing stations in Sicily, and therefore it's ideally suited if you also look where Sicily is located in respect to Africa, to open up the sea cables over there and to thereby to give a chance for operators, both network carriers as well as content providers, eyeball providers to peer over there. So that was the main reason for us to go there. By breaking out traffic already there, you save both on money as well, gain some milliseconds on round trip time and get better performance. This is really important for those on the West African rim, North African rim, East Africa, as well as those coming from Europe, of course, from East Asia, as well as from Asia. Also, what you see from this map, or this graph, which shows the growth of ASN, that you see that the number of ASN in Africa, meanwhile, has overtaken the number of ASN in Europe, and Africa is growing internet-wise slowly but constantly, and will get more importance over the next few years. So maybe it's now time also to bring an internet exchange, an important internet exchange, closer to Africa. I skipped it. Most important part perhaps will be we are going live end of August this year, offering port speed 1 gigabit, 10 gigabits, and if someone needs it's also 100 gig. Private, public peering, everything is there. If you order now, you get 6 months your port for free. Next is I hand back to Alberto, who dives more into detail what Sicily Hub is.
So, the reason why we take this decision of opening Sicily Hub in Sicily is mainly before there are more than 13 submarine cables that are currently landing in Sicily. Most of them land in Telecom Italia Sparkle landing station, others are in an independent landing station from mainly for Interroute, Fastweb, and few others. Currently, all the ISP landing in Sicily just purchased the code to go to Europe, to Frankfurt, Amsterdam, Paris, or even London. Many of them asked us to put some equipment in Sicily just to better manage their submarine infrastructure and the terrestrial infrastructure, to make better usage and have a better protection. We decided to do even more. So we have built a new data center where we can host their routers and their equipment, and we can provide all the set of services that they can find in Frankfurt. So the idea is to bring whatever they can find in Europe, in Frankfurt, Amsterdam, London or Paris, directly in Sicily. And so open the environment there. And the idea is just to make a carrier neutral environment over there, because of course a peering point must be carrier neutral, and customer there must find everything they need in one place. Additionally, we are inviting all the most important CDN and content provider over there, just to provide peer interconnection that usually are given in Frankfurt or Amsterdam directly in Sicily. So 30 milliseconds closer to Africa. and this would be a benefit. Everybody has appreciated this fact and has agreed to come with us. Additionally, we invited also a couple of alternative providers to offer their services there. So Telecom Italia Sparkle will not be the only one providing bandwidth services, IP services, and so on into Sicily Hub, but all the customers that will be there will find plenty of availability also from other providers. So it will be completely a carrier neutral point where you will be able to have managed bandwidth, VPN, IP transit, mobile services, even voice services, peering, and backhaul. Having said that, that's all. I want to thank you for your attention. I hope not to be too so boring with you. Thanks.
Any questions, Andrew?
Yeah, as a matter of interest, will there be options for other providers to join those selling services via their, in the way of transit, etc., or is that a limited number of people that you've invited to provide those services over the exchange?
The environment is open, so everybody who has fiber or want to offer services there is invited to come.
In that case,
so
I
it's
hope
not
to see
a closed
you there
environment.
soon. I really hope to see you there soon. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah.
Further questions? So unfortunately, Alberto has to leave, but I'm around till the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if you need the presentation, it's on the website. And I have the contact details of these gentlemen, so if you need more information, just come to me and then I can use your email. So next, I don't know if you know this gentleman, Andrew Alstrom, as our liquid telecom. So he's going to give a brief on...
Hi guys, I'm not going to keep you long. I think you've all heard enough of my voice for the day. What I want to talk about a little bit in this slot is the value of IP addresses. And I bring this topic to the floor because I think it will increase the participation, because I think that members need to be aware of just how valuable our African resources are. And I think it needs to be stated that we need to start looking after these resources a lot better than we currently are. I did an analysis recently of a particular entity and discovered that they were sitting on about 3 times more space than they were actually using, purely because of the way that space had been assigned. And then I thought to myself, let me do a risk analysis as to what happens in the event of me being unable to get space from AFRINIC with the growth plans and with the rate of current expansion, because I think it's I think every business needs to do quantitative risk analysis on a regular basis. And so I looked, and currently in the secondary market for IP space, and whether I agree with it or not, it does exist. IPs internationally are trading for around $12 an IP. That puts IP space at a value of around $800,000 per /16. In the case of someone like Liquid Telecom, who is holding very close to a /14 worth of space, that values the space at around $2.8, $2.9 million odd in the risk analysis. If I look at expansion and the way that the network is growing and the IP space is going forward, and then I run that risk analysis, I come to the very scary conclusion that if something were to happen to AFRINIC, I'd be sitting in a position where I'd be looking at in excess of a $10 million expense over the next 3 to 4 years. that tells me that space needs to be very carefully protected. It tells me that the community needs to be very well aware of people attempting to take those resources out. There is a growing demand for space. At the same time, I look at the current utilizations, and I was running some stats on the current utilizations of AFRINIC. We're sitting 2.71/8 still available, and in approximately the last year, we've allocated about 1/10. Now at that rate, we are looking at about, if my calculations were correct, around 10 years before we hit soft landing policy. If we wait that long to use that space and use our resources, we will end up in a situation where the rest of the world comes for it. I'm not proposing selling it. I'm not proposing letting the rest of the world take it. I'm proposing that we as network providers look very closely at our own networks and ask, do we need this space and how are we going to use it? Do we want to continue in the NAT paradigm where we are disadvantaging our users by trying to squeeze every last IP address by translating everything? I would very strongly argue that that's a very, very bad idea, because all that we are doing is creating a legacy dumping ground for equipment that is not IPv6 compliant. And as we move forward, I foresee a situation where sooner or later some website on the internet that lots of people access is going to go, I didn't want to pay the $12 an IP for an IP or whatever that price rises to, and I've gone V6 only. The networks in Africa at that point that are not V6 ready will be at a distinct disadvantage because the customers will go to those networks that are V6 ready. If we have become a legacy dumping ground because we have too much V4 space available, we will sit there, and when crunch times comes and we desperately need that V6, we'll be unable to do so. And less than a year ago, a bunch of equipment which was supposedly V6 compliant was purchased from another company. And it didn't have certain V6 features, particularly MPLS, LDP6, RSVP6, things that are critical to an operator environment. Then I sat in a meeting less than 2 weeks ago in San Francisco and was told by a provider, by the vendor, sorry, we're not putting V6 in there. Now I've got legacy hardware. What do I do? But the trick here, Vamola, one more minute. What I'm saying to you is, look at your networks. If you're running NAT, use the space. Don't let the rest of the world come and take the space because we're not using it. For goodness sake, there's 1 billion people on this continent. There's plenty use for it. So take the space and keep in mind that because of the financial value of the space, if we don't use it, somebody else will, and we will be unable to stop them no matter what we do. Thanks. Any questions?
I'll propose, if you have questions, to ask them to Andrew directly, and coffee is on me. Thank you. So we'll continue with the agenda, which was supposed to be in the morning. So I'll call our colleagues from RIRs, Pablo from AFRINIC to give the update, Owen DeLong from ARIN to give the update, Diego Mena from LACNIC, Axel from RIPE NCC, Axel to do the NRO update, the ASO update, Mark Atkins, and the IANA update, Pierre D'Angino. So they will be doing the updates, and maybe we can take questions after. So gentlemen, I think there are only gentlemen here. Can I invite you on stage? Thank you.
Hi everyone, Pablo had to leave to catch a plane. I'm George Michelson from the research section in APNIC, so I'll give the APNIC report. Do I have to point this at anything? Ah, left-handed. Left-handed. Clever trick. So this is our mission statement, our vision statement. I think we're all after the same thing here. We've split our reporting into three broad areas. So I'm going to give you a report on a service focus, the support focus, and the collaborate focus. Starting with the service, we've got quite a few charts here. We've had fairly consistent and steady growth in IPv6. If you're interested in the details, all of this information is available online in different ways. We recently actually did some work to improve the uptake of V6 by running what we call a one-click service. So if you're entitled to a V6 allocation, the application process has been massively simplified, and we think there's some indication in our allocation numbers that this has increased relative uptake. It's quite interesting to think about the process costs of getting something you're automatically entitled to. Reducing them definitely does have an impact. In V4, the transaction rates are obviously fairly different because we've been in run out for quite some time now. We talk about final/8 policy in terms of you're only allowed to get one, but there is actually this subsequent operation where the IANA has been releasing small amounts of resource that have come back into the central pool. And in the APNIC region, we made a policy decision that everyone who had taken one of our final/8 allocations, which is a variable amount up to a /22, I believe, of space. Forgive me, I'm vague because I don't do a lot of the policy work, but we allowed all of these people to come in for a second bite at the cherry, which is really quite nice because it sort of brings out that question of, well, do you have use for real address that Andrew was talking about? And the answer is, people do. They have been coming back quite consistently and taking up their second allocation from this round of release from IANA. So we're basically doing somewhere around 100 allocations a month. There's quite a lot of breakdown available. In the transfer space, APNIC is actually nothing like as active as the RIPE NCC are. I think they might be doing somewhere around 100 a month. That's the number I've got here, but we're really down in the weeds. We're more like a dozen a month. I don't think I've actually got a sense of why there would be that volume difference, because in population terms and in the density of deployment terms, I think there is as much interest in access to resources in Asia as there is in Europe. But for whatever reason, the dynamic is just quite different. We have a lot of data coming in from the ARIN region, of course. We have a pre-approval process. So if you want to engage in transfer activities in the APNIC region, you can go into process to get pre-approved based on justified need processes. Most of our transfers are taking place in that mechanism. We've got a public listing service, and once you're pre-approved, you can actually see who's interested in acquiring and also who has access to resources they can release. And we have a quite open market process where traders and people who want to help liberalize access to resources can come into process and register and then help provide, I suppose, fundamental liquidity in the processes of getting access to resources. So with ASN assignments, they're fairly steady, but again, our numbers of ASN is really quite low by comparison with both the US and with Europe. There's really quite a different routing practice in our area. We do really maybe 50 a month. Most of these are now 4-byte ASN. We have a very small reserve of 2-byte ASN left. For those of you of a technical mind, there is really substantively no major difference between 4 and 2-byte ASN, with one very important distinction. You can't do some community string activity with a 4-byte ASN because it's bigger than the field in the BGP protocol. And there's really no way out of this other than going back into design, making BGP able to take bigger numbers, because you can't chop them in half and fit them in the space. So if you use community string mechanisms, it's very hard to do that in a world of 4-byte ASN. But having noted that, we don't actually get many people in our region coming back. By and large, they're quite content with 4-byte AS routing mechanisms. The interesting thing here is that we also see a very high rate of actual use. It's with AS numbers, some work we did earlier in research showed that older ASs kind of age out. They don't get used. And so there's a question mark, are ASs actually being used, or are they just a must-have item? And the evidence with the 4-byte is, once we give someone a 4-byte AS, it appears in BGP fairly promptly. So on membership, we've had an acceleration in the last number of years, essentially because downstream enterprises couldn't get addressing indirectly through an agency. I mean, the classic problem with a customer fronting is you say, you can't have any more. But if they front as a member on us directly, they can get their final /8 allocation. So there's a fairly clear dynamic. As a result of hitting this policy process, we're going to see a rise in membership. So we also have the NIRs, and they are a really quite different structure that you guys aren't exposed to so much in this region. They have also had huge acceleration. I'd like to stress there's an absolute consistency of policy application here. It's not as if there is any radical difference in being an NIR member or an APNIC member directly. It's the same policy that applies in our region. So the total number of members in our region, it's actually up around 8,000 these days, which is quite large. It is a bit of a competition with the other regions. I think the NCC is still winning. So we all have to work harder to get bigger. We've been working a bit on our portal. We had a very early design exercise that was actually led by Sanjaya, who's now our 2IC when he was working in the technical field. And we've been trying to see if we can actually make this a better user experience. We've been looking at quality of service. We've been looking at how people contact the executive council. We've been tracking correspondence. So we've been doing a number of things to try and improve engagement with the membership. We've finally realized that a significant amount of our WHOIS load is out of region, and we've gone with an initially quite simple distribution in 4 locations worldwide. We've gone into a relationship with a CDN partner who's able to do efficient address location based on client side. It's a nice model for getting service reliability as well, but it's also primarily about reducing RTT, because we had a huge amount of queries around address use in Asia, and they were inevitably having to do probably 1 trans-Pacific link, and quite often 2, because we sometimes see packet flows from Japan to America to Australia, or we're seeing transatlantic, trans-Pacific. So we were getting quite large accumulated delays in that service. So distribution, it's had 2 benefits. The other thing that's nice about this is it's enabled us to cope slightly better with some of the attack problems. There are times when WHOIS is just absolutely swamped with load. And centralizing that, well, we had no problem with the CPU component, but we were reaching network bottlenecks in the single point of presence. So we've now got the classic defense posture that we're distributed, and we distribute the DOS load that we're seeing when people come into WHOIS. Some of this, I think, actually is people having a go to see if they can knock us over. I mean, that happens, right? If you're a significant name in the community, people like to have a go. But some of it, it's not. It's because people are attacking somewhere else, and their firewalls have been written crudely to use WHOIS to find out what's going on. And if the attack profile's coming from Asian footprint addresses, they're going to come knocking on our door. What are you doing? Well, unfortunately, it's not us, but nonetheless, we have to sync the traffic. So here's some signs of how that works. It's been really very, very nice. We can actually get up to about 6,000 queries a second in this and sync them in the US rather than having to deal with them at the master service in APNIC. We're also working on a quite radical shift in our systems architecture. ARIN and RIPE NCC both led the way in a really big reconsideration of internal architecture work. ARIN had a complete rewrite of all of their services in Java, and then picked up on the REST model of service delivery, and they've done an amazing job of converting to a consistent access method that's actually really good for members, because it means in your NMS, your operational systems, you can now write systems against a really consistent interface to do transactions with the registry. The NCC are doing a similar thing. I don't know if Axel's going to talk about it, but we picked up on that and we thought we have to look at this. So we've been re-architecting our design to try and work out how to do a better job of handling the information. Message buses, message passing, eventual consistency, they're quite fundamental concepts in computer science that are very applicable to running distributed, highly reliable services. I'd invite any of you who have problems in data management in a large software system to think about architectural considerations. It's kind of a pain to have to do this. I mean, you have a working system, rewriting it. What's wrong with Fortran? Why can't we stick with Fortran and COBOL solutions? But every now and then, you need to think about coming from the 1960s into the 1980s, and that's pretty much what we've been doing. We've also been looking at our infrastructure and made the virtual platform a bit easier to run with. We've done quite a lot of work in disaster recovery and auditing. That was a collaboration with the NCC a number of years back. We shared efforts in designing a DRP analysis, thinking about business continuity, and we've been applying that into our deployment. So in accountancy and transparency, we've had quite a lot of focus on this, and it's partly because of things like ICANN and the other RIRs being asked to demonstrate the accountability measures, and it's also about the IANA stewardship, which put questions on the table. So we've done a lot of work to try and document what we think the state of play is and work with the other RIRs. And the NRO website actually has quite a lot of information about this. At APNIC, we did ISO 9001 compliance, and we've been getting regular audits against that. It's quite nice. It's a legitimating process around what you actually do. Quite a lot of the compliance tests, they put barriers in place that you have to try and reach goals, but ISO 9000 has a quality that it says, look, let's just be honest about what you actually do. Now, if you make a declaration about that, we can then say, are you doing it or not? And that's got a really nice concrete quality. You don't have to aim for future outcomes. You just are honest about what you do and do the best you can. So that's worked quite well for us. So we also had quite a lot of work on our fee schedule and activities. I can't speak in any great detail to the breakdowns here because I'm just not in brief to talk to this. But we've been working a little on improving transparency in our intentions around the way we use the funds. And it's worked quite well. It's encouraged a better dialogue about the correct way to use the finances. So if I move on, the training activity has been quite high. We've held 76 courses in 29 locations, and about 2,300 people have been trained in the year. We mainly do face-to-face, but we also have a large video archive, so people can do self-paced work offline, which is really quite popular. Travel in the Asian footprint is very, very difficult. I imagine it's a similar issue here, so this has worked quite well for us. Network operation group support in region has been good. We've actually upped that activity quite a lot. There's been quite a few new NOGs established in region. We attend, we do support, we do training and outreach, and we provide the host master and face-to-face services there. Some of the things that you don't think about at the time that crop up here are quite interesting. We have to have a sense of high trust membership. So we actually need to do sort of like two-factor proof of who you are to give you permission to do things like electronic voting. And if you don't come into process with us often, we don't see you. But if you go to a training event that we're holding in your economy, maybe in Dhaka or somewhere in Malaysia, that's an opportunity for us to do 100 points tests against your business papers and passports, which means we can bring you into process more fully, which means you can vote online. So there's a whole range of things we get from actually improving the interaction with the membership at these meetings. Here's just a breakdown of some of the NOG events that we've been doing, I think. We also have a community development activity that's been going on. We got into an MOU with ICANN to improve deployment of the LRoot servers in the Asia Pacific. We already had a lot of work with the NCC with K, ISC with iRoot, and NetNod with ISC with NetNod with I, ISC with F. and the NCC with K. But L, the ICANN route, is a lovely, lovely design solution. It's very small, very, very easy to deploy in distant locations. So we did a bit of work on that, had our fellowships program, and we also picked up on a problem of succession planning. There's an awful lot of old people in the business, and we need young, fresh minds. I say to people, we're zombies and we need fresh brains. So we've been trying to encourage young people to get involved in our process with a view to training them up to participate in policy development in future years. So the policy development, well, it's a wheel of life. You go through a consensus process, you go through to a development process, and it's really quite central to what we do. We've tried to get some sense of purpose and process together, and we've got this diagram to encapsulate the information flow. There's been quite a few improvements, actually. We did our number transfer proposal. We've got Prop 109 looking at the reallocation of Net 1. We've got distribution of returned addresses. That's had the consequence of people being entitled to come back for more addresses. We also worked on a way to try and judge consensus different. The hum mechanism, the voice mechanism, it can be quite confronting, and we have a problem in our community that younger participants are not always very confident to be heard, to speak, to participate. It kind of goes against their cultural norms. So we thought about tools that might encourage people to register their view against the emerging consensus. And we've got a quite nice system now that gives a graphical representation of the change in the consensus as a conversation goes on. And the person on the podium who's maybe calling a consensus can tune the question and invite the floor to participate. It's quite dynamic. It's interesting. It's changed the way people engage, and we are thinking about using it for SIGs in future. You have to be a little cautious of taking a tool and turning it into something bigger than it is. I think real consensus has to be established in process and on lists as usual. But this is a nice way of exposing how people feel at the meeting. And in particular, it empowers remote participants. We've had a huge time delay with our video outreach meetings, often 15, 20 seconds, which means it's very hard for them to meaningfully engage in a vote or an acclamation. Sorry, not a vote, we don't vote. In the processes of consensus measurement, online, they can get a very quick signal it's time to participate, and we can get a sense of convergence from remote participation much more smoothly. On events, well, we've been doing our usual regional meetings. We've got the 2 conferences a year. So 6 in region, we've had quite a few different activities focusing on that. We've been doing a lot of training, 16 economies in region, 24 presentations, media coverage, did a workshop with the ITU, and we're in quite active engagement with our regional task force, providing secretarial support and also engagement to try and improve 6 uptake in region. We've recently picked up on the security issue. We've hired a specialist, Adli Wahid, who used to work in the Malaysian CERT, so it's possible that some of you from the LEA and CERT context would know him. And he's been doing a lot of outreach. He's also on the board of FIRST, and I think our engagement there has actually improved markedly. I don't know about the other regions, but the primary consumer of WHOIS in our region is now law enforcement agencies. They are essentially our lead customer. And so we have to think really strongly about how we train these people to understand addresses, understand address management, and understand the tools. And I think a direct engagement is going to work very well for us. So another thing on Adley's plate is trying to improve uptake in RPKI. You know how I said it's a competition about membership? Well, it's a competition about RPKI as well. And my colleague Axel is in the lead because he's got Alex Band, who has been working on promotion very, very, very hard. He's done an amazing job of engaging with the community. In the RIPE region, it's reached the point that he doesn't have to do any more pushing. The sustained rate of uptake, I think, is 1 or 2 a day. I don't think they'll stop engaging with people, but they've really achieved critical mass. And we realized we'd done next to no promotion. I should add, by the way, that LACNIC also have done an amazing job here. I think in Ecuador in particular, you did a whole of economy, RPKI outcome, fantastic. So Adley has been engaging, and we now have this ready to roar campaign, roar, to try and get out there and get some minds into this. And it's started to work. We've had an increase in uptake. Giving away a t-shirt is an amazing motivation in our industry. It must be the cost of doing washing that makes everyone want to get free t-shirts. Labs, well, this is dear to my heart. I could have got rid of all the rest of the slides and just talked about this one, but that wouldn't have been very fair. But we're doing a lot of measurements, and I'm actually going to talk about them in the other room very soon, actually. So I won't go on about them now. There's another initiative which is really worth flagging, and that's ISIF. It's very similar to the FIRE initiative, which runs in your region, and it's about technical innovation and support in the Asia-Pacific footprint in emerging internet economies. I'm very, very proud of being on one of the committees that helps approve applications for this, and I think it's just stunning to get people saying, look, I could do this amazing thing with ICT if I just had a little bit of help. We get to help them, and then they come back next year and they say, I can do a lot more if you give me a little more. We've had a repeat application from an organization in Vanuatu, did an amazing job of Wi-Fi, low power network distribution in their community. Really great stuff. Lots of education, lots of work on women and children's health initiatives, which I think are very, very important. I think FIRE is doing very much the same thing. Great program. So, finally, in the collaboration space, the global cooperation is really very solid. There's a lot of converged behavior, and we understand how to talk to each other. We understand how to talk into intergovernmental contexts, how global outreach works. I think it's going okay. The IANA stewardship transition process has been very committed, and we're participants in CRISP. These are the CRISP people who are working from our region along with the other participants. I'm sure some of them will be familiar names. I can see one there from your own region I recognize. 2, 3. So it's working well. And for community engagement, we kind of really upped our activity and worked out how we had to get out and talk to people and spread the word in a number of different ways. So one of them is the blog. And my social media contact would be very cross with me if I didn't invite you to think about guest blogging. We welcome input from all the regions. If you've got anything you'd like to tell the community, please get in touch with us and we'd be happy to put it on our service. As well as improving communication, we've gone into social media in a big way, doing a lot of Twitter and Facebook. We've got a video library that's growing quite large. And you're all invited to our next meeting in Jakarta. So, that's it from me. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Owen DeLong from AARON. I'm on the AARON Advisory Council, actually. I'm not RIR staff, so it's a little unusual for me to be giving this presentation, but bear with me. In 2015, we've increased our focus on customer service. We've continued working on IPv4 to IPv6 transition awareness. And I personally hate that word transition. I think we need to talk about IPv6 in terms of deployment and, you know, recognize that v4 is pretty much staying where it is for a while. Continued participation in internet governance forums, yada yada, all the usual. Trends, we've got a lot of new customers making use of our /24 minimum policy. Earlier in the year, or actually late last year, we actually took out all of the large aggregate requirements in IPv4 policy and put the minimum allocation unit for all policies down to /24. That's been working out very well for us. Many first-time requests new to the registry system, and a lot of them are upstreams that are saying, hey, we don't have any space anymore, go get your space directly from the RIR, and we're seeing more and more transfers, of course. In terms of operational improvements, we did another round of customer satisfaction survey, and we're working on integrating transfers better into our AARON Online website. The current IPv4 inventory is dwindling. 0.15/8 equivalents at the time the slides were written. I think that's down around 0.12 now, last I looked. In reserve inventory, we've got approximately 22/16 equivalents in quarantine, a /10 set aside for a specific policy related to V6 transition, and 218/24s set aside for microallocations to critical infrastructure. ISP members with V4 and V6, you'll notice that the number of dual stack members is increasing, the number of V4 only members is decreasing, and we're getting very, very close to the point where those two numbers are going to cross and more people will be dual stack than V4 only. RPKI usage, you can read the numbers for yourself. The slides I think are going to be on the website if they aren't already. Transfers to specified recipients, 232 prefixes ranging from /24 to /12. 19 autonomous system numbers, and the transactions are often arranged through IPv4 brokers. In terms of inter-RIR transfers, 157 prefixes ranging from /24 to 13, and all of those have been between ARIND and APNICs thus far. We've got some policy proposals in the works. Most of them are pretty routine. Change utilization requirements we've already discussed earlier in the RDP meeting. Remove operational DNS text, that's mainly cleaning up non-functional language that doesn't really do anything out of the NRPM. Modification to the CI pool size is awaiting board ratification, but it was adopted by the community. That's the one we talked about in the RDP working group, where we're moving that from being a 16 reserved for critical infrastructure to a 15. The others are newer and they're just getting started and under discussion. We've had a couple of policy meetings. Our next one is in Montreal, Quebec. You're of course all invited to come join us in Montreal. And with that, I'll turn the mic over and the next presenter can.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Diego Mena. I am the CFO of LACNIC. This is my first time in Tunis and in an AFRINIC meeting. I'll be very happy to be here and congratulate AFRINIC for its time here. Okay. Well, let's go to see some background information about LACNIC. We are one of the world's 5 RIR, coverage area 33 territories. There are 2 NIRs in our region, one in Mexico and the other in Brazil, and NIR's members are LACNIC members. We have over 4,500 members, 41 full staff from different kind of countries, 9 countries, and we have a new CEO since last February. Just to see membership growth, the above graph shows membership that is growing with a high rate for the last years. Last year in particular, the increase was about 1,000 members and reaching 4,500 members at the end of May. The graph below shows the breakdown by category, and the blue line shows the micro and small ISPs category. Results update. We have a policy in force related with IPv4 depletion. We have just finished and activated the phase 2 last June, 1 year ago, and we are currently in the phase 2. The phase 2, we have 2/11 blocks reserved, one for soft landing and the other for new members only. For both blocks, there is a maximum allocation of /22 and a minimum of /24. Organizations may request additional resources every 6 months until the /11 block is exhausted. And resources allocated by the IANA to LACNIC will only be allocated as set for as in phase 3 for new members only. Some graphs about IPv4 assignments. The left shows IPv/8 per year, and the other one is accumulated figures. Our current inventory, IPv4 inventory, is 0.17/8. This graph is a linear regression model for phase 2. As you can see in the pie chart, we have just assigned 59% of the /11 block, basically to AISPs, and we have still available 41% to the end of this phase. According to this graph, we estimate that the phase 3 will be triggered by the end of February or March. Some policy update summary. After the last AFRINIC meeting, we have implemented a policy, and there were upon the table 3 policy proposals in LACNIC-23 in Peru 2 weeks ago. One of them reached consensus, and it is in the last call for comments, and the other 2 returned to the policy mailing list to further discussions. IPv6 and security, where we have carried out some workshops, IPv6 and security workshops in Trinidad, Tobago and Costa Rica, and also some training courses. Last year we launched a new online training platform called LACNIC Campus, and this year we have just launched an IPv6 online course and a testing v6 tutorial in LACNIC that is going to be available online in less than 2 months. Other initiatives, the first one is LACNIC Warp, that is a computer security incident response center for LACNIC members, and the other ones are related with IPv6, CertV6 and testing v6. The first one, CertV6, is a generic methodology designed by us and the Uruguayan Software Testing Center for ensure compatibility for equipment and application software in the new protocol. And testing v6, this is the name of several courses that are available on how to implement this methodology and test equipment and application in IPv4, IPv6, and dual stack environments. Some graph from the NRO webpage of IPv6 deployment, the percentage of members with both IPv4 and IPv6 in each RIR. More graphs, evolution of in-use assignments. The blue one is allocation, the red is announcements. Some regional success stories. Peru, Brazil, Bolivia. RPKI adoption rate breakdown by RIR, and in this topic, LACNIC is leading by 24%, considering IPv6 root certified. Internet governance and development community building. We have an active role as our RIR in the IANA function stewardship transition process. We will have in August in Mexico the LAC IGF-8, that is a preparatory meeting for the IGF in Brazil. We continue with AGITIC project, that is an initiative aimed at strengthening Haiti's digital capabilities, and we also continue with the FRIDA project, that is a regional fund for digital innovation in Latin America and the Caribbean, and I would like to highlight the contribution of Seed Alliance, ISOC, the IDRC, and also the other RIRs like AFRINIC and AFRINIC. And finally, our meetings. 2 weeks ago, we have finished LACNIC-23 with almost 500 attendees. It was an excellent meeting. And upcoming meeting is LACNIC-24, LACNOG 2015 in Bogota next September, and next year our annual meeting in Cuba. So you are invited to Bogota and La Habana, Cuba. So it's finished. Thank you very much.
I can do it. Good afternoon, Axel Pavlik from RIPE NCC. Quick update from our side of the world. Well, lots of things are going on, and I'll keep it relatively short here. The slides are online, so you can have a detailed look there. Of course, we have a nice new website to look at. Membership is growing like crazy over the last couple of many months by now, and yeah, it's IPv4 runout. I think we've heard it before. What's happening here? George mentioned that same effect with us as well, which is great. More members, more or less same budget, so everybody pays a little bit less. We have over the last 5-6 years started to expand a little bit into presence in the Middle East and in the Russian area, roughly. We have then added some stuff there as well. We have an office in Dubai, small office with 2 Arab-speaking people and a couple of others there, and we have 2 Russian-speaking folks in Moscow, based in Moscow. Basically, the idea is to engage with our members within the regions a little bit more and more consistently. Talk about contact, engagement with members, but also, of course, what is important is to talk to regulators and governments in those regions as well, and the wider communities just beyond just our members. We have been starting and contributing to larger regional meetings like the Eastern European Network Operating Group, ENOC, and MENOC in the Middle East as well. But what we have started now since last year is doing even smaller meetings, just trying to galvanize the local national communities in a couple of countries where we would not usually go with a RIPE meeting, or haven't gone in a long time. So for 2014 has seen Bulgaria, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, and Iran having visits from us. And this year we've already done Serbia, Georgia. We are looking forward to Armenia, and there are some other things planned as well. We also do even smaller things like member lunches. When we go with the training course, we bring a couple of people more and invite people in for lunch. that are not attending the training courses. Otherwise, I think what George said there is very important to us as well. We want to meet with people face to face, and those training courses are just brilliant for that. Hey, and yes, we have still some IPv4 addresses left. That is probably why we're seeing the increase in membership there. People come directly to us when they can't go through their ISPs. And of course, some people just set up a couple of companies and get the last /22s for each of those companies and then merge afterwards. That is sort of acceptable by policy. It's not the intention, and we are looking at ways to avoid that or discourage that. Transfers are increasing, 919 in 2014, and so far in this year already more than 1100. So it's what we expected, more or less. We thought we wouldn't need much policy development process after we run out of IPv4, but couldn't be further from the truth. There's lots of things going on. Many things are focusing on IPv6, of course, but also cleaning up our act bureaucratically or slightly getting rid of bureaucracy there in the IPv4 field. IPv6 status, you've seen a couple of slides already. It's looking quite good. Lots of members have IPv6 address space. Not all of them are using it, of course. So we're trying to push that a little bit as well. We have now in-house a focal point. Natalie is looking at all our IPv6 efforts in-house and trying to coordinate it as well in parallel to the trainings that she does. Also, IPv6 roadshows we've been doing traditionally in the Middle Eastern region, quite a lot of them, and we planned another 10 for this year. Now, as IPv4 addresses become more valuable, we see more attempts to hijack them and to sort of creep your way into holding them. We see rather sophisticated methods and rather blunt methods as well. So what we need to do is to keep on our toes and follow up with those things and try to prevent that and occasionally refer cases off to the police forces as well. But it's a lot of work, but it's a lot of good work, as the correctness of our registry is very high. It's the highest point on our priority list, actually. So what we have started last year very carefully is to do assisted registry checks. Basically, it's some sort of a lightweight audit prepared by us, and then we contact our members and say, look, this is what we have on your data. Is this correct? Would you care to adjust some of that? And amazingly, those activities are extremely popular, and we didn't quite expect that in the beginning. We thought it would be more seen as a bit of a nuisance, but not really like it. The last RIPE meeting we had a couple of weeks ago, we had more than 40 done on site, actually. People were queuing for them. APKI certification, you heard it already. It's going rather well, thanks to the efforts that we are doing in terms of explaining what it is and why you might want to need it and how to do it, and also have a nice interface using it. The RIPE Industry Academy, yes, our trainings are extremely popular, and people want more and more and more, but we can't do more and more and more. We only have that many people. So what we have started is sort of an online training course, giving out courses, giving out certificates, called the RIPE NCC Academy. Now the new thing out there is B6 training course as well. We need to talk to our members to understand what their needs are. We do this regularly. We do, similar as AFRINIC does, big surveys every 3 years, and in between we do smaller ones. I spare you all the details on that, but basically we get from that what is needed, and we bring that back to the member saying, this is what we read from this, is this correct, this is what we have been doing, this is what we continue to do, and we'll do a next big survey next year as well. One of those things in the service always was, your website sucks, it's slow, and we can't find stuff on it. And so what we did is we redesigned it and repopulated it with content. It's a bit sleeker now. The search works much better, and generally the feedback is relatively positive. So please do have a look if you care. Policy highlights, like I said, and again I just click through this quickly. Most of it is around transfers, interregional transfers, and simplification of the whole application process in house as well. So beyond even more of that. Legacy. Yes, legacy is interesting. We have, I think by now 2 years ago, agreed with the legacy resource holders on ways that they can participate in full ripe entity services, of course, by becoming a member if they're not yet already one, or to go through sponsoring LIRs, or have direct not membership contact with the NCC, or just don't do anything. That also is quite a bit of work, finding those people and contacting them and getting them into those things. INR stewardship we heard a lot about already. It is high on our agenda. Outreach, apart from that, IGF is important, the regional IGFs as well, other industry partners. We have a whole big business event coming up at the end of the year as well, beyond the IGF. We do regular roundtable meetings for governments and regulators twice a year roughly, and also similar to what I think also George said there, the law enforcement community is very interested in what we are doing, and they're using our services quite a bit for their purposes as well. So we try to reach out to them and help them with that. And of course, next RIPE meeting is coming up in Bucharest. I hope to see all of you there, or at least a large number. And that's it from me with this one. So, good afternoon. My name is Axel Pavlik. I'm the chair of the Number Resource Organization this year, so I'll give you some update about that as well. And of course, that is sort of a rotating task that the CEOs all do. So, what is the NRO? The NRO is basically a loose cooperation vehicle from by the RIRs. It's not incorporated. It's just we try to coordinate as much as possible. The mission statement here: to be the flagship and global leader for collaborative internet number resource management is a central element of an open, stable, and secure internet. Then I need to take a new breath. So basically, that's more or less what we all want to do, and the NRO wants to be sort of helping that, especially. A couple of things about it. It's based on an MOU, the NRO, that we signed in 2003, many years ago. It's an association, unincorporated. We coordinate ourselves. We also want to provide a single point of contact to the outside world, talking to all of the RIRs at once. Of course, we provide and support the coordinated registry system there, promote and support and defend the multi-stakeholder system. Joint activities among the RIRs is sort of done mostly within the NRO. Mentioned that already. Of course, we also fulfill the role of the EDO supporting organization within ICANN. Coordination, global collaboration, governance coordination, monitoring and contributing to global internet governance discussions is what we are doing there as well. Those are the people within the NRO at this point in time. It's me as the chair, Oscar as secretary, John as treasurer, Paul on holidays, and Alan on holidays as well. Basically, they don't have any particular function within the group, but they are very active, and basically we can punt off stuff to them to do. Secretariat, we have the NRO Secretariat is hosted by LACNIC at this point in time, but also we have a continuing, ongoing executive secretary there, Germán Valdés. He's formally employed by AFRINIC, but the cost is split among the RIRs. We have a couple of coordination groups for communications, for public affairs, for engineering, and around the registration services areas. Finances, like I said, we split the cost that we incur through the NRO mostly. It's travel, it's communications, contribution to the IGF, contribution to ICANN, and of course a bit of staff cost there. And the budget in general is, or the cost is split proportionally, determined every year at in a new time, based on the registration services revenue from the within the RIRs. Couple of other information on the website, lots of things. Helpful occasionally is the comparative policy overview that we have there to see what RIR does what in which way. Policy-wise, we have the governance matrix that we are still working on and have been working on for a long time, basically laying out how do the RIRs do their work in terms of corporate governance, who is doing what, again, in which way. That is important for ourselves. We occasionally find little holes that we can then fill and improve our own workings. Also, it is increasingly important for the outside world that doesn't understand what the RIRs are and what they're doing. They see ICANN and the IANA stewardship transition process, and everybody's talking about ICANN accountability. The RIRs are seen somewhere in that ICANN sphere as well, and then people say, oh, but RIR accountability, what is that? So this helps with that a bit as well. We hope it does. Oops, go on. What have I done? Have I done something terrible here? Oh my God. Go back. Yes, I won't talk about IANA stewardship transition. We've done that many times already. We participate in the cost committee working group within ICANN on ICANN accountability as well. A little bit with hands off because we have not that much to do with ICANN, but we want to make sure that they don't go into any strange areas that are counter to our interests, of course, or your interest there. We've done a regular review of the ASO, I think a couple of years ago already. There were a couple of recommendations. We implement improvements there as well, as we should. The Internet Governance Forum is coming up again. We went to the 9th one in Turkey. The next one, of course, we are focusing on that one now, is in Brazil at the end of the year. And we say that the Internet Governance Forum is the area for Internet governance activities for the RIR, so we focus very much on that. And that's it for now. I'll remain here until tomorrow. You have ample opportunity to ask me questions, or in a moment as well. Thank you.
No master of ceremonies today. Hi, I'm Mark Elkins. You may have seen me before. I am the ASO representative of the board, and these are my slides. The slides were taken mainly from slides that we've previously done. I don't know how many people in the audience haven't already seen more or less what these slides are, etc. So I think I will go quite quickly through the first few. But what are all the acronyms? What do they all mean? You've been listening to them already, so hopefully that's fine. Things that we do, appointments to the ICANN board and other ICANN groups, and we look after global policies. That's the same slide again in more detail. Who's members of the ASO? AFRINIC, APNIC, ARIN, RIFE, NCC, and LACNIC, of course. And Axel has gone through most of this already. So basically the ASO is where the RIR system meets the ICANN system. And there's mention of the NRO, which we've gone through already as well. 15 members are on the ASO, so that's 3 from each of the 5 regions. 2 of those positions elected by the RIR community, and 1 appointed by that RIR board. Normally a term is for 3 years. And different RIRs obviously have different processes or procedures for electing or appointing members. The characters are in AFRINIC, myself, Fiona, and Douglas. I have taken over from Alan Barrett as he is now the CEO. So I've been doing this job for about 6-8 weeks. And there hasn't been too many other changes in the characters. The first name against each RIR is the board appointee. And Louis Lee is the chair of the ASO. And Flitz is the vice chair. last name. So work that's happened in the last 6 months since Mauritius would include, for example, looking after 2 of the seats, seat 9 and seat 10 of the board, which are 2 seats staggered each by 3 years. So the ASO looks after the nomination committee as well, appointments to the nomination review teams as well. So seat 9, my understanding is Ray Platts is still there, and seat 10 is also occupied. Seat 9 was up for reappointment, or is up for reappointment. The whole process has been completed. Elections were held, the name was published, and that happens in October. The change of seat from Ray Platts to Ron Da Silva happens in September this year. So congratulations to Ron Da Silva. That has been officially announced, I believe. Other people have other appointments or have been appointed. So we have Hans Peter Hollen on Nomcom. No. Thank you. And these are ASO, AC appointed people who are on the cross-community working group, which does include Fiona. Global policy processes. Global policy is an independent number resource policy that is accepted in totality by all 5 RIRs, and obviously therefore requires action by ANA or another ICANN body. Must go through the policy development process separately in each region and reviewed by the NRO and ASO, ratified by the ICANN board. There are no current global policies at the moment on the table. Additional information, address aso.icann.org is the place to look at more information about ASO. And the funding, the NRO provides funding for the AC's activities, and NRO Secretariat, it's almost the same slide as Axel had, is German Valdez. Thank you.
So I'll call Pierre Danginou and then we will take questions.
Well, thank you very much. And, I'm Pierre Danginou, VP. I come from. IANA activities, update. My colleague, head of IANA, actually was supposed to be coming here to deliver this update. Unfortunately, she had a very last minute, issue to deal with, and she could not do it so well. But since we are covering Africa, we are just doing this for her. Which means that, of course, if there were any questions, definitely I'll just take them back to her. But I think briefly, the updates are going to be done in kind of 4 points. Quick on the policy implementation, and then on the LDRP implementation, the audits that are conducted, and then the performance reports. So basically, 3 quick items. Of course, what the ANA, definitely does also is, and mainly does is, working according to the global policy that's actually been discussed, with the community. So what was done so far was to implement some of those policy kind of advice that were received. It has to be noted that the IPv4 for instance allocation was done twice in the year, 1st of March and then 1st of September. And here briefly you have what has been allocated for as of 2nd actually of March. And basically this is about the timeline, but also you also know that there is a software package that help do this. Of course, the details on the allocation is provided there on the screenshot, and information is available on the website as well. So the March 15 allocation under the global policy as well was made, and here is basically what has been achieved. /13 equivalent, and each area received 524,288 addresses. So they are there where they are located, and we have designation, and the end addresses are available to each region. And then to the AS numbers, the advice was to allocate AS numbers block to area, and as of September 14, IANA had 496, 16-bit AS numbers available. And the advice was that each area could request a block of 1024 numbers that is made up of a specified number of 16 bits and 32 bits as well. So since then, 297 of those has been allocated to AFRINIC, LACNIC, and ARIN. There's still 199 16 bits, remaining. Now on to the second point quickly, which is the registration data access protocol. So a quick update on that one as well. This according to RFC's 7484, finding the authoritative registration data service was published in March 2015. And the ANA department completed the creation of registries specified in the RFC. They are currently working with AIA to design a process to add and maintain the LDRP entries in the relevant registries. LDRP entries apply to the following IANA numbers, registries, and as the IANA IPv4 address space registry, the IPv6 global unicast address assignments, and the autonomous system numbers. And the ANA IPv4 address space registry look like this one. More information are there. Those who are reserved, those are allocated, and also information on the who is where to find them. So, and the script card here provide more information, and the website as well is available for these details. Then apart from this, starting here. Okay, so let's go to the third point, which is the audit. And the audits are actually kind of mandatory. And recently, I kind of retained the service organization control. This is SOC 3 certification of its domain name system. I mean the DNSSEC actually, with root key signing system for the 5th consecutive year. I also completed the second SOC2 audit, which evaluated key systems used to support IANA transaction processing functions. They are also undergoing independent audit, and all of those help AIANA to perform what it has to do. And this is also based on the integrity and security services level of the AIANA function. So these audits are quite important. Those audits are conducted every year, and of course help AIANA monitor and improve the system. And then on the performance report, quickly, there again, there is a regular monthly reports that is published about the performance. Performance standards, of course, were developed in conjunction with the community. So AIANA abide by those, and also so far, I think AIANA currently either meets or exceeds, those all those performance targets. Details of the reporting is there, especially on some of the targets and some of the criteria. Then allocation of the internet numbering resources. This also provides you with kind of result of what we might call the performance in the evaluation, and you will see in most of those places, well, they did meet the targets. There are details there, I'm not going to go through them, but of course, this is available on the website. Also, as it comes to the zone, the root zone management, just have to bear in mind that there were recently a few requests that were processed. What's important here is the number of requests that you have in yellow here, and then the appropriate, the average processing time, or in terms of days. Details are there. Of course, one can also come back on those and explain. But basically, I think AIANA try to perform it the way it has to be done. So, it's a nutshell. That is the kind of updates I would like to provide. And of course, if there's any question, I will just take them and back to AIANA and my colleague. And thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll take questions before we break off for coffee, and then we will have the service updates. Sean?
Thank you very much. My question is actually to the NRO on NRO. It looks like...
but I think that Axel has left.
Yeah, so...
Okay, maybe Mark can answer?
Okay. All right, so what I need to know is, does NRO, do they make budgets? Do they do anything financials in terms of, because I understand that there's contributions that is made by each of the
Okay, Sean, excuse me. Actually, Axel is coming back, so you can state your question to him. Thank you, Axel.
Yeah, that is contributions that is made to by each IRs, and it would be good to know if the NRO does make budget for that, for the spending, and if they do audit. Of course, I understand that NRO as a body is not incorporated, but do you actually do the budgeting and the auditing of spending? And are those available on the NRO website? Thank you. The mics are failing. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yes.
Now it's on. Sorry. So a large part of the cost that is incurred through the NRO to the RIRs is a part of the ICANN contribution that has been stable for the last 16 years or 15 years, $823,000 US. Then there is a bit of travel for the Address Council, for the secretary. There's secretary's salary that comes through APNIC to us. And those costs we split among ourselves, changing every year. It's based on the revenue that all the RARs have based on the registration services. And the reason I'm saying this is because, for instance, RIPE NCC does lots of other things as well. So we're looking at registration services related revenue. And then we calculate the percentages, and roughly, I think for the RIPE NCC, for instance, it's so fluctuating between 35 and 40 odd percent every year. And that's what we do.
Yeah, so what I'm then asking is those items that are being that money is being spent on, that is, do you have them documented and are they available on the website of the NRO, published?
It should be published there.
Yeah, the financials.
Yes,
okay.
It certainly is published also in the annual reports of the individual RIRs, because we point at the NRO. That's what we spent there on those things.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'll thank my panelists, and then we'll close for coffee. We'll back in the room for after 15 minutes, and then we will have the AFRINIC service updates, and then we will close AFRINIC-22 and the AIS. Thank you. Be right back in 15 minutes. Big applause to you. So we have the online survey that is online. I'll ask you to, if you could fill it, because you have a chance to win a mini iPad. No? A chance to win a mini iPad. Just fill the online survey. Thank you.
When I would be older, when I'd really be free. When no one would tell me how to live my life, how to waste my days, how to spend my nights. My nights. But what I finally decided, I'm finding out the hard way. Exactly what I wanna say. I wanna say, I want to know.
So I'll call all my speakers on stage, and as we are behind schedule on the agenda, I'll ask you to be in the room, please. Everyone? Everyone?
Les flocons comme des papillons sur mes lèvres et sur mes dents, une sensation, frisson. Et pour ça, vouloir préserver pareil la blancheur que rien ne sauvera. Après le retour du soleil, toujours, toujours en bois. Jour de neige dans un grand pull qui me protège. Première neige, vertige en moi comme un manège. Jour bien tendre, comme ce quelqu'un qui vient m'attendre. Au bout du chemin.
Okay. So, le micro marche pas. So, welcome back. We're gonna start the session. So, we're gonna give the updates from AFRINIC. First, finance and HR update given by Patrice. Next, member services, Arthur and Gasson. Next, AFRINIC registration services given by Madhvi Gokul. AFRINIC training updates given by Mukam Taman. AFRINIC comms update given by Gael Fall. AFRINIC research and development updates given by Alain Aina. AFRINIC IT updates given by Neraya Sosu. And we'll take the question after, if you don't mind. Thank you. Patrice?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to start to kick off the AFRINIC update with the finance and HR updates. It's going to be a quick one. I think a lot of these have already been mentioned anyway. Okay. Right, this is the departmental structure quickly. We've got two accounting, we've got 5 staff in the department, including myself. We had 2 accounting staff, 1 billing and 1 travel coordinator. Last year we had 5, 1 of them moved to the customer service unit after its creation this year. And the first quarter I was also filling in the post of ICEO after pending the recruitment of a new CEO. This is basically, it's rather unchanged from the previous year's structure. The main highlights of our operations of our department is operating budget was approved during the year by the board. We have also had a strategic plan being implemented based on what was approved by the board. We did the members billing, which is normal activity at the beginning of every year. And also we participated in the preparation of the statutory audit, and then we also prepped for this meeting, which is quite an extensive preparation. Like in every year, all membership renewal invoices are sent out, or issued and sent out early in December. This is really to enable facilitate collections on our side, and at the same time payments and the budget for the member organization. Last year, I think it was agreed that the accounts would be denominated in US dollars. This has now been finalized. We submitted our first US dollar account for 2014, and this year is the second year that we're operating in the new functional currency. Main activities continue. We are trying to reinforce our system of internal control, which is an ongoing activity. We're reviewing all our processes, which is ongoing, with this, in line with our ISO certification. We're trying to finalize the integrated fixed asset register, which we started last year, and it's just a matter of waiting the last stage of that process by we doing the tagging and barcoding of the assets. And at the same time, this year we plan to upgrade our pastel software to our latest version. We also commissioned the implementation of a travel management policy, which will help us to better manage our travel arrangements and logistics. And at the same time, internally, we're trying to develop new internal reporting format, which all the heads of departments could utilize to control their costs. Again, another important aspect of our function is really to try and improve existing communication with the members and through automation to make things a lot easier and better. This is the high-level financial results where we are after Q1. This was already tabled earlier during an earlier presentation. We're about 21% of our annual budget. So looking at the existing activities, it's very likely that we're going to be probably within budget again this year. And our fee income seems to have, we've achieved quite a good result the first quarter, 91% of our annual budget compared to 76 last year. A small sheet on HR. This year we had 2014, we closed at 42 members of staff full-time. We had 8 departures last year, and we had 12 new arrivals. Again, this year we had 2 departures. One of them was the departure of the CEO, who was replaced, and we got one more with the event coordinator to come. Our focus continues to be the delivery of service excellence and improvement on a high level of customer satisfaction, which seems to be our main objective going forward. I think that's it from me. Next is
good afternoon, members. I'm going to present an update about the member service department. The member service department is composed of 2 units. The first unit is a registration service managed by MADV, composed of 2 IP analysts, GAMS, and Kisson. And we have recently created the customer service unit managed by Radha, and she's supported by Christelle. This year, we were assigned 3 objectives: increase the membership base, provide service excellence, and increase member experience satisfaction. Concerning the first point, as you can see, the figures show clearly that this year we improve our performance in terms of member recruitment. We achieved at the end of the last month 67 new members against 58 comparison to last year, and we have already achieved 50% of our target. Meantime, we have 15 organizations on the membership completion, and our member portfolio contains more than 1,200 members. Concerning the service excellence, our procedure that we use to provide services to our members have been certified ISO. We also created the customer service to support the service delivering to members. We also revise our internal procedure concerning the new member registrations, the registration services. We created as well, we improve, the new members registration portal to facilitate the registration. We are working on the service level commitment that will guide our relationship with members concerning the way we deliver the service. We also work on the RIR governance document. We completed and released the member guidebooks as well. In terms of members' experience satisfaction, we conduct a survey toward the new members registered this year, and 90% of those who responded the survey are satisfied with the services and the way our team assists them during the registration. And we received one complaint because they were not satisfied by the way we are strict with our policy and delay time taken to approve his request. We expect next year to conduct a global survey about AFRINIC services. To conclude, what we need and we request from the community is to still support us by providing us the feedback. We have the member surveys online. They can use it to share with us what they think. We also invite the community to meet us at member booth at any of our events and to contribute as well into the member discuss mailing list. Thank you very much. I will leave now the micro to Madhvi to give us more detail concerning the registration service.
Thank you, Arthur. I'm Madhvi Goku, Registration Services Manager at AFRINIC, and I'll give you the RS update, the Registration Service update. So, through this presentation, I'll walk you through the department overview, our processes, observations, and some statistics. So we're part of the Member Services Department, as Arthur showed in his slides, and we start with myself, the Registration Service Manager, and two IP resource analysts. Our objectives have been to contribute to the increase in the AFRINIC membership base. So we have to evaluate new member resource requests, membership requests, and resource requests. We also take care to ensure a continuous improvement of the process, and as part of our duties, we also contributed to the core specifications of the new member registration portal, the second version that went live earlier this month, or I think it was in April, sorry. We also manage the IP address pool of AFRINIC, so we assist members in getting their IP resources from us. We teach and approve our members in terms of the IP addressing plan especially, and also how they can how to register their utilization of their resources on the AFRINIC WHOIS database. We also work on reviewing the content that's available on the AFRINIC website. We're working on enhancing the frequently asked questions on our website so that our members can easily consult our website if they have any issues instead of logging a ticket with us. We also provide service support in terms of reverse DNS, how to register their how to create person objects, register the usage, create maintainers, create route objects. So there's a variety of service support that we offer to our members. And sometimes we also contribute, we act as trainers for Internet number resource management during the training sessions. So in terms of processes, we continuously improve our processes, and we're also striving to have an internal audit process in place so that we can be more effective and efficient. Some of the Hostmasters observations that I've gathered from my team: we still have returns of longer AS numbers. We've had 7 returns documented so far, and the major reasons for those have been that the upstream providers' equipment do not support the shorter AS numbers, and they have no plans on upgrading their equipment to ensure that it supports the longer AS numbers. The reverse DNS registration issues, we had after the policy of no reverse unless assigned policy was ratified, we had about 140 tickets logged, and in which we were continuously handholding our members to help them become compliant with that policy. We also have to deal with obsolete contact information when we receive requests from our members. There is still quite a bit of work that has to be done to ensure that they update their contacts in a timely manner, so that when those requests come to us, we can attend to it. Because if the requests come from an authorized contact, then we have to tell them about it, and we don't attend to the support request unless they have completed the contact update. We also face issues in the non-payment of annual fees. We have at the moment, the latest figure is about 600,000 worth of IP resources that have not been issued yet due to pending payment. This is because when we receive requests for additional resources at the moment, we do proceed with the evaluation even though the member hasn't paid. So we tell them about it, and we, in the perspective that by the time the evaluation will be over, they would have already settled the invoices that are pending. But we've seen that this is not the actual case in some, and some of them were clearly in violation of the information that they were giving us during the evaluation process, because they were saying they had an immediate need, immediate meaning 0 to 3 months, and then it's been 6 months since we approved the request and they still hadn't paid. We also have tickets in which we have no responses from members despite several follow-ups. There are about a /13 worth of IPv4 addresses in our stored tickets due to no response from the requesters. On average, we do about 10 teaching. On average, we do about 10 teach and approve sessions per month with our members. This is from the data acquired from the Hostmaster team. and it usually covers the IP addressing plan and the assignment registration on the WHOIS database. We've worked with some big operators, and that is quite a resource-intensive process as well. It doesn't take 10 to 15 minutes, but we have to plan it so that they can bulk update all their assignments, and they have about at least 100 to 1,000 of those assignments on the WHOIS database. We were checking, so the number of IP addresses that we have available is about 45 million, about 2.71/8, and we checked, in fact, the prefix size that we have as available. So you'll see in the table here that we have 1/8 that is available, that is being kept for the soft landing policy, and then we have a number of other prefixes based on their size. So as part of our process and to smarten our process, we are now starting to actually work towards the soft landing policy, and we try as much as possible not to deaggregate these prefixes. So we'll only deaggregate when there's no more /24, then we'll deaggregate another prefix to provision for future end user who have a need for /24s. So some statistics regarding our ticketing system. We have had roughly 1,000 tickets handled by our registration services team since the 1st of January this year. This encompasses several ticket queues, so host master queue, new member request queue, as well as my AFRINIC Activate or AFRINIC DBM. So wherever we have to give support, it's not in only one queue. We had about 172 new member requests that was on the ticketing system, and also 60 additional resource requests. So in the additional resource request, my hostmaster team tells me that the prefix size that is currently being requested, so we have 2 tickets in which a /8 is being requested, and several other tickets that aggregated into a /10 worth of IP addresses. Resource-wise, so we have issued 78 ASNs this year, up till I think this morning. The number of IPv4 addresses issued is about 3.6 million, and we have issued 40 V6 prefixes to our members. In this count, it's to end user and LIR members. I did not make the differentiation here. In terms of the services, some worthwhile statistics. So we have about 426 route objects in our routing registry. With the help of our IT team, we had migrated some route objects from the RIPE NCC routing registry, and from our department side, we have assisted quite a few members to register the route objects. About 400 of them are for V4 routes, and the rest is for V6 routes. We did a count last year when we implemented the no reverse unless assigned policy. There was slightly bigger than 200 members who were not policy compliant. Before coming to this event, we now count about 181 members who are not compliant with the existing reverse DNS policy. So later this year, we'll have to further implement the clauses of the policy regarding these members, but we have a plan internally to carry on communicating with these members to get them to be compliant. I would like to thank you for your attention.
Okay, my name is James Kumar Lee. I come from Mars. Okay, now I know you're following her. I was beginning to feel concerned that this felt like a C-SPAN session being recorded, but no one is listening. Thank you very much for. My name is Mukam. I am the head of the capacity building department. And just a brief update of our activities. This is a new department that was formed in November 2014. We started operations earlier this year, and it's composed of Bryce, whom most of you know, Emma Perrier, Stephen Honloy, who's sitting right there, and myself. Now, our goals for 2015 are mainly around building a new team. Of course, it consists of everyone that used to be in the training team, as well as new ideas about building professional services from what we do. So team building activities revolve around inducting a new trainer, Stephen, inducting a new training coordinator, strengthening key processes, as well as teaching, practice, and coaching. The majority of what we do is training, and we realize that that doesn't happen by mistake. So we actually do practice where trainers teach and coach each other on how to present and teach more effectively. Now, we realize that the key to excellence is better processes, better systems. We believe that with really good processes and better system, you get more out of average people than we get out of really good people working with other systems, which is why we put an inordinate amount of time and effort in creating processes. So that involves things like making sure that all of us are clear on what our goals and objectives are, how they link to the company's strategic goals, making sure that we have measures and metrics for every goal, making sure that we have checklists for things that we do regularly, making sure that we've got processes for almost everything we do, making sure that we explicitly define what the feedback loops for those processes are, and also defining who the stakeholders are. So one of the major things we do every year, and we did this year, was a content update. Means at least once a year we sit together, we review from our slides, our training manuals, as well as our test beds. We take feedback from more than 600 people that attend our trainings per year and say, okay, what did we do right so we can do a lot more of? What did we not do well so we can correct, and what did we not do so we can start doing? Our goals for Q1 in terms of training are, we planned to do trainings in South Africa, Benin, in Mauritius, Benin, South Africa, Tunisia, Rwanda, and Chad. In Q3, we've got 2 trainings scheduled in Nigeria, Algeria, Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Togo. In Q4, we have plans in Mauritania, Cape Verde, Angola, Burundi, Cameroon, and wherever AFRINIC in November is going to be. So one of the things we've already done this year is we were able to successfully do a call for local hosts and select what countries we're going to train in, and that's how you got the list of workshops. We had a total of 48 applications to host trainings this year. We rejected 29 of those, and we selected 19. And those are the 19 that we've already seen. So we have already done for this quarter 4 trainings. It started in Mauritius earlier this year. We did a training in Benin. Then just 2 weeks ago we were doing a training in Johannesburg, and this week we finished the 4th one here in Tunis. One of the other achievements we've done in our team is that we've gone ahead to implement the 4 disciplines of execution. This comes from the realization that we've seen that the vast majority of companies are unable to execute their strategies. It's easy to write a strategy, but when you look at how well are these strategies being implemented, very, very many organizations, including ours sometimes, we don't really do really well at this. So what we decided to do about it was, there's this methodology out there that is supposed to help you to implement a strategy really well. And during our training retreat, that's exactly what we did. So we are running a trial version of the 4 disciplines of execution methodology, complete with our own scoreboard. And we hope that we will build the competence in-house that we can help others as well. So next up is 15 more trainings. 4 are already done. We need to review and update the IPv6 for managers course. The IPv6 for managers course really was born in AFRINIC like 4 years ago, when that would be I and Nishal sitting back there. When we went out and met engineers we taught and asked them, why have you not deployed IPv6? And the answer was, my manager does not get it. Combine that with the fact that we've gone to some trainings, and say 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a month after, one of the participants would send me an email, hey, I've just enabled IPv6 based upon your training. The typical person that did that tended to be someone who was fairly high up the hierarchy, a CTO level person. So that is those are some of the reasons that I said, okay, if we come up with some kind of a program where we can help executives and managers understand the strategic implications of IPv6 and how they can help their engineers to deploy it and monitor those projects, then it will be much more effective. So we had some stats last couple of years. We're going to review that. Also, we also plan to launch a government engagement program in which we specifically target government with, training, capacity building around IPv6, internet number resource management, and all that. And we also plan to launch our own IPv6 certification platform. All of these projects, we are actually going to use the 4 disciplines of execution to implement them. So I want you to join me to welcome Stephen Musa, who is sitting right there. He's our new trainer. He just joined us early this year, and so he's been a welcome part of our team. And the other lady who's welcoming her is Emma Perrier, who's the training coordinator. So she does most of the groundwork for us. So that's the training team with one person from the information technology team who's just joining us as an intern. Thank you very much. Shukran. Questions? Later.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gael Fall. I am the head of communications and PR. I'm going to briefly give you an update of what's been going on in the communications department at AFRINIC. Currently, the communications team is comprised of 3 collaborators, including myself. That would be the PR and marketing manager, the cooperation and project development manager as well, who is also in charge of the FIRE program, and the technical editor and content writer. We also have one communications advisor consultant that we are using, and we also have a marketing intern that is with us for that's been with us for 4 months and has 2 more months to go for her internship. We currently have 2 vacant positions. One is the event coordinator as of February of 2015, and the social media and online engagement coordinator that was as of March of 2014 last year. Closing out 2014, we had AFRINIC-22 in Mauritius, and we've been mainly working on the preparations of the 10-year celebration of AFRINIC. We held a logo contest. We also are putting together a commemorative book, and of course various activities happening during AIS and AFRINIC-23 in November. In semester 1, again, the 10 years of AFRINIC and the AIS and AFRINIC-22. the preparations and the execution of the meeting, the potential member outreach that has been going on with the member services team in collaboration with them, the 2015 publications, the FIRE Awards program, and the Global Corporation. For the AFRINIC 10 years, the 10 years of AFRINIC, we had a local contest, and many of you had a chance to see the 10 years logo in some of the marketing things that we have printed. The contest winner happens to be from Mauritius. This was purely by happenstance. It wasn't deliberate. His name is Judex Louis de Robillard. We also are putting together a 10-year commemorative book that will have different contributions from all the pioneers that were there in the beginning of AFRINIC and that have helped to advance the project that is now the world's 5th RIR, AFRINIC. Also, of course, I hope you had a chance to enjoy yourself last night at the gala dinner, which was our 10-year gala dinner. And we will have also many other activities that we'll do throughout the rest of the year, 2015, and including also activities at AFRINIC-23. So here is the 10 years logo, and here is how it's been used in various things, printed banners and stuff. The publications that we have brought out so far, we had the Number Crunch that was published back in February 2015. You can go onto our website to access the Number Crunch. We also have the commemorative book that we're working to release in November 2015. We will have hardcovers and ebooks also available. We've been working also on gathering the content for the 2014 annual report, which has been done, and it's currently under board review for final sign-off before we publish it. And we're looking to do the AFRINews at the end of the month of June, hopefully by the beginning of July. In regards to the FIRE program, currently we are closing out the first project cycle. The grant that was funded by IDRC and SIDA, the Swedish aid agency. So we're closing out the grant with them as of July of this year, and we are working on doing a proposal to be able to renew the funding cycle and looking to do it as soon as possible so that there is no gap in the funding. So far we were able to meet with the other two sister programs, that is FRIDA, that is in the LACNIC region, and ISF Asia, that is out of APNIC. And all three programs, along with AFRINIC, are part of the SEED Alliance, and we are all working together to give seed funding to projects that are bringing about socioeconomic solutions using innovation, ICT, and the internet. So far, we have the last thing that we're doing before the closeout of the grant, of this year's grant, is the awards program. And the awards, we have already closed the call. We have received 28 proposals, and the winners should be announced at the end of this month. They're currently under review. And we have also received a generous grant from Google to help us to scale up some of the projects and the solutions that were presented these past 3 years. As far as global cooperation goes, we are members of the NRO, of course, as an RIR, and the communications department is part of the communication coordination group, the CCG, and the public affairs coordination group as well. And we do coordinate on the current global internet governance discussions that are happening, mainly the IANA stewardship transition, the ICANN accountability, and of course the WSIS plus 10. So that will be all for me. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, Alain Aina here. I'm wearing my AFRINIC hat. I'm Director of Research and Innovation. I wish to give you the department report, what we have been doing and what we plan to do for the coming month, and what we should be presenting to you in November. So next, should I do? Okay, so as the CEO mentioned yesterday, our department is also one of the new department, and we officially started November, but I would say that the real research work started this year. So last year it was to clean up and set the scene, the environment for starting from January. So we have 2.5 team. So 2.5 because I still work part-time, and we have these two engineers working with me. Our objectives, the first you could see on the list is RPKI version 2.0. We have had the version 1 since January 2011. The other critical project for us is DNSSEC version 2.0. As you all know, AFRINIC managed the reverse DNS, and since April 2012, we started signing. And the other objective for the department is to formalize the IETF activity. So at AFRINIC, we used to do IETF, but not really as an activity. So it was most of the time part of other projects. So we have IETF activities. We have also the other old project, the African Internet Resource and Routing Statistic. So, and where we're supposed to do some analysis on the allocation and the routings. And I think all of this will give information for policy discussion, where we are discussing where the numbers are being used and etc. So, and the last department objective for the year is the internet measurement, where we're supposed to, through the MOU we have with FNCC, to distribute probes, anchors, and do some analysis of how the interconnection is being built in Africa, and how the network is growing, how people are using the resources, etc., etc. So RPKI version 2.0, the objective is to fix the known issue we had with RPKI version 1. So those who have activated the engine and have used the engine to issue ROAS knows the issue we have, but I will mention them later. We also have to introduce something we call split TAL. I will explain a little bit later. And also make our RPKI system or RPKI, IETF RPKI compliance, especially the AFRINIC-22, which is about having the CPS, in the certificate. Introduce the HSM, have the up-down protocol operational, and putting in place an exhaustive monitoring system, and also something very important, which is the backing repository. As for internet measurement, as I said, we continue distributing the props based on the MOU we had with RIPE-NCC back in November 2015. And with RIPE-NCC, we created a new enrollment channel for our members. But so far, okay, before this meeting, when we checked, only 10 members used the new channel to request props. And but we still, as ambassador, we still continue distributing the props, but we make sure that people we give them to will connect them, keep them online. We noticed that some people had issue with the USB power. So this time we add some adapter to allow them to plug, because one of the feedback we got was it was difficult for some members to get the USB power to the props. The other element of the internet measurement and probe distribution is to also distribute the anchor. The anchor are a little bit bigger, but to host anchor, okay, the MOU we have, RIPE-NCC said we should distribute 11 anchor in our region. So we had one running right now at AFRINIC office in Mauritius, and we received 2 requests from our members to host, but the main issue was the native IPv6. So providing IPv6 native to the anchor is mandatory. So if you don't have native IPv6, but the good news is one of them came back 2 days ago, said now they have the IPv6 transit ready, so we'll probably be shipping the one of anchor to them. So that will give us 4 anchor on the continent right now. Right now we have one in Mauritius, one in Tunisia, one in South Africa, and soon we'll be adding one. So Nishal, I'm not saying that we have put the 3. We put 1, but I'm saying that on the continent right now we have 3 anchor. One in South Africa, one in Tunisia, and one in Mauritius. IETF, as I said, it's one of the activity, and during this week, I think IETF, bringing IETF home has been one of the key, news here. So I think this will encourage us to continue. So as I said, we are formalizing our IETF activities. We started, and in July, I'll be going to IETF with Logan to attend one of the face-to-face meeting to allow him to see how IETF working group meeting happen, and how you present, how you defend drafts, etc., etc. And we hope that very soon we'll also start publishing drafts and giving feedback on drafts and presenting stuff at IETF. The AIS project has been we haven't done much on the AIS project. We intend to resume on the AIS project in Q3. So but as we saw during the policy discussion, we'll do our best. We'll accelerate. So by November, we'll have some data for the community, to enable the community to discuss, and especially on allocation, utilization, routing, and especially for the V4. We'll focus on the V4. RPKI at AFRINIC, this is the architecture of our RPKI system. You'll see what we have in production, and we have some the offline route, which is also part of the things, because right now we are operating the one route because of the RPK architecture adopted by the RIR right now, because IANA is not yet in the chain of trust, so each RIR run a route. We have the route separated, and then this is the architecture. And the new architecture we have the front in Johannesburg, and we have the Sanya in Mauritius. So this is the statistic you could see of the members with our members which has enabled the engine and the number of ROA we have, and we try to compare the number of ROA to the number of route object we have in the routing registry, because right now in terms of analyzing data quality, we're trying to compare the route object to the ROA and see how good are the data in the RPKI repository compared to the routing registry. We have 34 members with 47 ROA. This is the statistic from RPKI version 1.0. This is the global RPKI adoption, and I try to highlight AFRINIC. In terms of the adoption, we are at 0.83. Okay, so not that bad, but the most worrying is in terms of the accuracy, which is the comparison between the invalid and the valid. And we know that part of the invalid came from the fact that our RPKI version 1.0 does not allow our members to use the maxi length. Okay, so part of it is the lack of the maxi length in the RPKI version 1.0. So this is an issue we have with RPKI version 1.0. As I said, the ROA, the manifest are not compliant. We have a flat repository, maxi length not supported, and our existing root certificate only allow us to certify ASN, IPv6, and only IPv4 where AFRINIC is majority, where AFRINIC manage the /8. This is the current TA model we have. AFRINIC running, we are running an offline route where we have only the /8 for the IPv4, and then we have the basic specs and ASN, and then we have AFRINIC CA engine where we issue certificate for our members, and we host the RPKI engine for our members. So this is the new features of the RPKI version 2, as you could see. Okay, we have a new repository, article repository, CPS. Now in the certificate you will see the CPS. We have the backing repository, and we made some changes to the MyAFRINIC session on RPKI, and the new RPKI system, as I said, supported a split mode. And let me show the split mode. This is how it is, because this is, we have now we just built a new route, and in this route we have where we have the /8 where AFRINIC is the majority, and we have all the minority we have in the WHOIS. For example, if we are holding allocation or assignment, for example, from 192, which is managed by ARIN, okay, then these resources from the WHOIS are part of our root certificate. Then from this root certificate, we issue 5 sub-CA certificates, 1 for AFRINIC where we are majorities, and then 4 other certificates where AFRINIC is minority. And then from this, we have these 3 types of members. So if you are members with IPv6 only or ASN only, or with V4 where AFRINIC is the majority, you will get your certificate directly from this engine, this AFRINIC CA engine. And if, for example, you have allocation or assignment from where AFRINIC is the majority, and you have some resources where AFRINIC is the majority, you will get 2 certificates, 1 issue for this engine and 1 issued here. And if you are holding, for example, only V4 where AFRINIC is the minority, then you will get certificate for one of the 4 engine there. So the end game objective is we move to this one. So AFRINIC, we remove from AFRINIC root all the resources where AFRINIC is minority, and then the corresponding RIR will issue certificate to AFRINIC to cover where we are minority. and then we'll use this certificate. So this is the future. So we move from having the minority in our root certificate, then by getting a certificate from the other RIR to our engine, which we use to issue certificate for where AFRINIC is minority. Then this especially is for V4. For V6 and ASN, we have no issue, but this is for V4. And this is what you see now. If you go to my AFRINIC, for those who are used to, so this is before you view certificate, view ROA, issue certificate. Now you have list certificate because you may have multiple certificate, and then view ROA and same. So view certificate now is changed to list certificate, and this is what you may have if you have multiple certificate. If you have multiple certificate, this is what you have. Then if you click on them, then it will show you. And we adopted the name of the certificate plus the two last characters to tell you which area or which region this is attached to. For example, this AP is for AFRINIC, this is AFRINIC, and this is ARIN. So that show you this show that these members, okay, has V4 resources under AFRINIC, and ARIN. This is the new view ROA from the old system, and this is now how you see view. So when you create one ROA, if the ROA covers V4 space from different area, it's one row. For you is one ROA, but the system will automatically generate 3 different ROA because it has to use 3 different certificate issued by different engines. This is the structure of the new repository. We designed the new repository so that we can go through the transition. So we kept the old repository, and then we added, so what you see here are the new object, and we still have the old object until we phase out the transition. So now, right now, you saw we sent an announcement to member list. Okay, so this is what happened. Your old engine, ROA, are still valid. Okay, but when you connect, the system just asks you to reactivate your engine and reissue the ROAs. Okay, then we have a link for you to view your old ROA, and please, when you are done, revoke the old ROA. Okay, and we need your support. We want to complete this transition by the end of June. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Neria Sosu, and I'm going to give you a brief update on what the IT team has been busy with for the past 6 months. So, as it's usually custom with us at the beginning of the year, we met to set ourselves a few goals, a few objectives to achieve during this year. The first one being to improve the efficiency and the quality of our services, to work on the resiliency of our infrastructure, to enhance our team, to review our DRP and our BCP plan, and to lay the groundwork for an eventual ISO 27001 certificate. So as far as the team, we are mainly composed of 2 units. We've completed at the end of January the recruitment of 2 junior system engineers. We also have the support of 3 senior system engineers and a network engineer. On the application side, we have 4 software engineers that assist us with the development of all tools and applications that are used, 1 database person, and 3 people in the multimedia support. So some of the key activities that we've been busy with on the resiliency of our infrastructure, we've just completed the virtualization of both of our data centers, one in Mauritius and the one in Johannesburg. We are now busy looking into enhancing our strategy, whereby a presence on the west and the east coast of Africa is being looked at. We have also completed the multi-homing plan for our Mauritius data center and are actively looking for a second provider in Johannesburg. This has also enabled us to lay the necessary ground for our DR strategy, by which we intend to synchronize all our data centers actively. On the services side, we just completed the deployment of a new member registration portal. Arthur has mentioned that a little bit in his presentation. On the new member registration portal, what we've done is to improve the architecture of the software. We also improved the quality of the code and the type of test that we conduct, and implemented a few new features that were requested. Alain has just given you a complete view of our new RPKI system, which was recently deployed. I'm not going to elaborate further on that. On the routing registry aspect, I've given a presentation a few days ago of what we have been doing. We completed some work that are currently being tested internally. We expect to release to the community for beta testing by beginning of July, and eventually by mid-August to push in production. We're also busy working with a new version 2.1 of the WHOIS, by which we intend to implement a few features such as the redirection of minority space and the implementation of non-English characters in the object. We intend to finish that, all the testing and release also in beta testing phase by the end of July, and eventually by the end of August, you should have a new WHOIS in production. Other services, DNS support, continuous ongoing activity. On the deployment of a copy of our root servers, we've assisted in the deployment of a root copy in Mauritius with Mauritius Telecom. And we are currently helping in facilitating another deployment in Kenya with iHub. For the ANICAS project, we're supporting currently approximately 26 CCTLDs, and we are also encouraging more CCTLDs to join the program. Training, we assisted the training department in deploying a new version of the Learn website, which we call Learn 2.0, which is currently in production. And last but not least, we are busy working the implementation by the end of June of a functional instance of the registration data access protocol, which we expect to push out shortly. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now we will be taking questions. So if you have a specific question, please state your name, organization, and ask to the person to whom you are going to ask. I have one question from the Jabber room. The person has been asking the question since the very beginning. Can I? Okay. Do I go to the mic or can I say it here?
Come to the mic. No.
Okay, this question is for the tech team from Rabi Raz from Gabon. Why the French version of the website is still unavailable? It has been almost a year now, and the worst is when you are using a French language computer, the website automatically forces you to browse that French version, which is not available. So you keep getting French version not available, blah, 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 blah. It is very annoying. I propose the staff a sad smiley. Simply disable the automatic redirection so that we can use the English version while they are getting back to the French version. Thank you.
Do you want to take all questions and then follow up with all the answers? Yeah.
I think it would be better that you answer, else we can get lost in the question. This would be my suggestion. Everything is okay with that? Everyone? Okay.
Okay, we actually have a project ongoing for the revamp of our website, in particular the French side of the website. That project is ongoing and is being conducted by the communication team. As far as disabling the auto redirection of the website to French, it is well noted. We will implement that ASAP.
Thank you, Neria. Next.
Mark Elkins, member.
From which organization, please?
POSIX, whatever. Member from South Africa. You've had an HSM now for a while. You've had the ability to obviously do DNSSEC because that's in the reverse side. When is the AFRINIC website itself, or rather the AFRINIC zone file, going to be signed with DNSSEC? And as the AFRINIC website also has SSL, I believe at the moment for the website itself, or parts of it, or at least certainly in my AFRINIC, when are you going to then also include things like TLSA so that we can get nice pretty keys if we're using the DNSSEC validation tools? That was question number one. Question number two.
Mark, the question was to whom, please?
Technical team. I'm not quite sure if it's research or what.
Okay.
And yes, question number two. The anchor machines that are being put out there. There was an insinuation a long time ago in RIPE when it was first discussed that the anchor machines might also come along with the root name server that RIPE looks after. Is that indeed the case? Is that perhaps still a proposed future, which would obviously increase the value to the community if there was a root name server along with the anchor system?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. I think I will answer the. Okay, to add a TLSA, as you know, we need DNSSEC, so we need to sign this. So we need to get AFRINIC.net signed. So when AFRINIC.net gets signed, we'll put TLSA, etc., etc. So as for when it's going to be signed, then I'll ask Nerea to answer.
As for when, I will not give you an exact date today. We are committing to having that completed before the end of the quarter. We have started, as Alain presented shortly, on the revamp of the DNSSEC infrastructure, in which we expect to finish by by end of August, I believe. And once that is completed, all the zones will be signed as well as AFRINIC.net.
Which means by the next AFRINIC public meeting, the AFRINIC.net should be signed.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And then as for the question on the anchor, the agreement we have with RIPE NCC does not include that we ship anchor with root. Okay, so but I don't know if Axel or RIPE people want to add on it. So, but our agreement does not include adding root services to the anchor. No. And as you saw, we have other root projects where we are distributing L root, etc. So, but yes, we do not have root so on the anchor.
Thank you.
Next, please.
I have two questions for the registration service. Madam B, could you go back one of your slides about how many tickets you are actually currently handling? Would it be possible?
So to whom is the question? Can you please state your name and your organization, and to whom the question is directed, please?
My name is Luhan and I'm from Cloud Innovation. The question for the Madam B. The next one, there are 60 additional location requests. Next one. The 60 additional location requests are currently being processed, 170 new member requests, something like that. Yes, this one. So the question, I have two questions. So basically the first one is, do you have an average processing time to approve a request here? And the second question would be the 2/8 and the 1/10. I would say the aggregated quoted to the /10. So you are saying that actually one request which requests in 2/8 alone, or it can be read as one line. The total request number of IP addresses currently being processed is 2/8 plus 1/10.
Okay, the statistics that are displayed here is since 1st of January 2015. Those are the statistics regarding the number of new tickets that were created on our queue. So 60 additional resource requests created from the beginning of the year. Can you please repeat your question regarding this?
Average approval time. Average approval time. So
sorry, I know.
Average approval time from the started to the approval. What's the average time for each for the ticket?
I don't have the statistics with me, but in addition to those, we still have requests from last year which were processed are still in the queue, waiting for information or waiting payment. Okay. For the next time, I think I provide more granularity based on your feedback and your questions so that I'm able to answer you properly. And in terms of the prefix size that I put down here, the host masters have told me that we have 2 tickets in which we have a /8 each being requested in the ticket. That is still under evaluation. And then the rest, we usually check how much IP addresses have been requested, and are currently being evaluated. So they put everything together and told me there's about an equivalent of at least a /10 worth of IP addresses in requests that are awaiting evaluation.
Okay, thank you. Just to repeat, if I totally understand you, there are 2 tickets, one each of them requests a /8, and the rest of tickets in total request a /10.
Yes.
And I hope next time you will share an average approval time to the member as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next.
Good afternoon. My name is Nishal. I don't have to represent anyone because I don't think this is the NGMA. But I have a few questions, and if you allow me a comment to Mark. So a comment perhaps first, if you're okay with that. Mark, I don't speak for the RIPE NCC, but I did have this discussion with them about the deployment of KRoot and how that ties into anchors. What they're willing to do, particularly in the non-ripe NCC region, is to use measurements that come out of the anchors to judge potential good locations for the K-route deployment. And if you look at the NCC website, they've recently announced how they would do this. As Alain correctly pointed out, there was no agreement with AFRINIC, and I know this because I was staff at the time, that AFRINIC would deploy K-route instances along with the atlases. Simply put, they're physically separate boxes, right? And you don't want the measurement thing connected to the route anyway. So let's get the anchors in. For those of you that don't have them, perhaps this is a good chance to speak to the people here and look to see if you qualify. So get the anchors in, get the measurements out, see what the network looks like, and what would be good places to put it in. That would be the advice I would make available to the community. I wasn't quite sure, Alain, why you woke me up while I was writing email. If there was something specific that I needed to respond to, please let me know. Now to my questions. It's my understanding that, well, I looked at the RPKI numbers, and honestly, they look dismal. And that's the fault of the community. I'm not saying that that's necessarily something that AFRINIC is going to fix on its own. But one way to fix that, and I know that we've done this with IPv6, is to do more training and do more education. So what's happening in terms of training and education, particularly along the lines of RPKI and DNSSEC? I know that you have classes for these things. My point of reference for the material that AFRINIC uses for training purposes is the learn.afrinic.net website. So my specific request, and you can sort out who would need to do this, is if you could make the resources you use available on the learn.afrinic website, because I think that making it available and getting people to use this is the first start towards improving the statistics that we see there. So I guess one of you may want to think about doing that. Tamon Alain between the two of you. My next question, I guess, is more an interest question, and this one is to Naraya, if you let me. I heard you say you're using iHub in Kenya as a deployment location, which is cool, don't get me wrong, I support the idea, but I'm curious as to why you would choose a particular organization and not something central like an internet exchange point. And my third question is to Madhvi, I guess. I totally understand that it's very difficult to provide statistics on requests that people ask for, so resource requests. And as you point out, you can go a year, and I know this, you can go a year without getting feedback from members. But what I'd like to see is greater granularity, and I know you don't have it here, so that's fine, but at least at the next meeting, greater granularity in some of the other tickets that you have. And I speak with some bias here because I have a ticket in your queue that I can guarantee you is not waiting on any input from me, that hasn't been answered except to say we'll get to you for more than 2 months now. So if you could add some sort of MTTR to non-resource related questions, that would be really useful as well.
Okay, thank you, Nishal. However, because of time constraint, I'll let Naria and who has to answer back, and I will close the mic. I hope you do understand. Anyway, the head of departments are here. If you have questions, you can meet with them. So I'll let...
Okay, I would like to respond to Nishal. I'm aware of that request, and it was for us to have proper guidelines regarding IXPs. As I mentioned to you when we spoke about it, is we're working on a documentation internally so that when we respond to you, we will have something that we would move on with all the details and that we will be applicable. Documentation is taking a while for the moment because we have had an overflow of tickets, I would say, since the beginning of the year, and we're still trying to catch up on tickets. But
Madhvi, thank you very much for your answer. I didn't expect for you to answer me at the microphone, to be clear. What I would like, and as I said, this is more a request than a question, is that at the next time that you present statistics, it would be really useful for the community to judge a whole bunch of metrics if you're able to say this is our MTTR on non-resource related questions. Yes. I totally get that it's difficult to do it for resource related questions, and I 100% support you in that. So it's more a request for the future, not now.
I think we would have some more granularity at our next meeting because we have started some work into actually not segregating. I'm sorry, I'm using the wrong word here. Of identifying all the type of requests that we are having. Okay. So we all have already started the work, but we could not display the statistics this time here because there are still some tickets that were not appropriately tagged. So we're having to review that, but I'm taking your comments into consideration.
That's
and would have
excellent to hear.
something
Thank you.
better for you next time. Thank you.
Naraya? Oh no, Mukam.
Actually, in the interest of time, that wasn't really a question. It was more suggestion intended to them. I guess the direct question is: do you do IPsec? Do you do DNSSEC and or RPKI training? That's a yes/no answer. And if you do, can those materials be put on the Learn website? And I know Mukam has a process. I know how he works. So all I'd like to see is potential users come in. My only real question is to Naraya, and that's really an interest thing. So I'm going to sit down after this. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I closed the mic. I'm sorry, and I said that the head of department are here. We are going to have a closing dinner. You can ask your question to them. I hope you do understand. So we're done. Thank you, head of department and registration service manager. I'll call Alan Barrett and Dr. Nee on stage. So it has been a very interesting meeting. We are here since 2 weeks for most of us. And Dr. Nee and as AFNOC conveyor and Alan Barrett as the CEO of AFRINIC will say a few words.
Good evening. I'm sure you've been at this for a very long time, so we are kind of burning out. But nonetheless, bear with us while we discuss the plan for next meeting. But before I do that, I'd like to remind you that we are constantly looking for applications to host. We are constantly looking for applications to host the next event, and so we like to encourage some of you to apply. If it's not for 2017, it could be 2018 or whichever year you want. But we like to have many more applications. Then that way it becomes easier to select the next host. Anyway. We believe that we have found a good host, and we would like to show you the host. So I'll leave it for Alan to make a few comments, and then we'll invite our host to also say a few words.
Right. So yes, as my good friend Dr. Quaynor said, we like to have many potential hosts for these events, and we like to look for them 3 years or so in advance. It doesn't always work out that way, but that is what we would like to do. We like to choose the next year's host more than 1 year in advance, and this year, unfortunately, we have failed at that. We've only managed to choose them precisely 1 year in advance, and we're going to Botswana this time next year. So if there's anybody from our host in Botswana, please would you come up and say a few words about what's so great about Botswana, why we should want to go there?
So I would like to present to you Jericho Keledzo of Bokra, who will be our next local host for the next Africa Internet Summit 16. A big clap to him.
Good afternoon, or is it evening? Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jericho Keledzo, and I represent the Botswana Communications Regulatory Authority. It's quite a mouthful, but in short, it's just called BOCRA. In Botswana, before we were called BOCRA, we used to be called BTA. It was a single sector telecommunications authority, and then we changed in 2013 to be called BOCRA when we converged now to regulate the whole communication sector. And you might find that if you call the office, you get people, still calling us BTA, but nonetheless we're called BOCRA. And I had prepared a presentation, but looking at how much you guys have gone through, I thought, you know what, let me not keep them any longer. So let me just say, for 2016, Botswana will be hosting this session, and I would like you to make it there. I don't know how else to, just cut it short, but you are very welcome to come to Botswana next year. Thank you very much. Yes, and Kaburone.
Right, thank you very much. I'm sure we'll have a great event in Botswana. They have good infrastructure, they have good internet connectivity. It's not that hard to get there. It's a short distance from Johannesburg, which is a reasonable hub. So let's see everybody in Botswana. Okay. So before I declare this AFRINIC meeting closed, I'd just like to thank our sponsors again. Our local hosts, ATI, the sponsors, Microsoft, ICANN, Liquid, Google, France IX, the NSRC, La Poste Tunisienne, Telecom Tunisia, La Francophonie, Internet Society, ZACR, CCOM, Network the World, DNS, Africa, and Sparkle. Thank you very much. Without the sponsors, we would not be able to have events such as this. Now I formally declare the AFRINIC meeting closed, and I call on Dr. Quaynor to say a few words about AIS.
About the only thing I can add to what my good friend Alan has said is to thank you for your intense participation and your patience to see the whole event go through. It's been almost 2 weeks for for some of our colleagues here. So I really like us to thank them for that. So please, let's thank our friends for that effort.
Okay, very good news. Remember I was saying just fill the online survey. Maybe you can have an iPad. And I said maybe you're going to have a picture of an iPad. Actually, it's a real iPad. So, who's going to fill? Maybe Radha? You want to pick? No, we have not. And then Dr. Nee will close. Radha, can you come to pick? My name is here, so. Honest Ornella Gampa. And the person who is not in the room is not going to get it. Ala, you are not Honest Ornella Gampa.
I have a C name. That is my C name.
Of course. Okay. Honest Ornella Gangpa. Guess what? You just Mr. Mini iPad. Dum dum dum. Oh, Pimala. Oh. Board member. Just for the community. I'm sure you do understand. Oh, let me see. Barry, Mataya, Apollo. No. Oh. Okay. You know, this is why if you stay, you have all your chance. Next time you stay. Dum dum dum. Graham Milton from Isaac who left also. Okay. Isaac Kasana. Okay, you know what? Who is in the room and then we'll take the We'll get there. We'll get there. Clément. Ah, Clément. Yeah. Okay, Sarah, a girl. Sarah, I hope. Oh, Sarah Alamin Mohammed Hassan. Woo! From Sudan. Sarah, please. Tu peux prendre une photo? So, Dr. Lee, Alan, would you give to Sarah? Can you take a picture? Thank you. I think Nishal is very happy. Thank you very much, Sarah. So I'll let Dr. Nee proceed. And Alan.
Okay, I guess at this point, the only statement is thank you very much and consider the whole AIS closed. Thank you and bye-bye.